Good evening and welcome to Bermuda's General Election Coverage 2020 here on Burr News. And I'm lucky enough to have a distinguished panel of pundits and area experts with us tonight. And we're going to let them introduce themselves. We're going to start with Claudette and work clockwise. Claudette?
Good evening. Good evening, Bermuda. And good evening to the audience at Burr News. I'm happy to be here tonight. Normally, I would be wearing the hat of seniors advocate, but tonight I'm here. I happen to have a doctorate in diplomacy and the political economy, and I have a great interest in the subject matter. So I, like you, Don, am pleased to be a part of your distinguished panel, and I look forward to the conversation that's about to begin.
Thank you. Larry?
Good evening, all, and good evening, Bermuda. I'm on the different side of the mic this time, but I'm representing the Free Democratic Movement, and I'm interested to how this is all going to play out this evening. I think everybody's got a fair idea that it's been a very low turnout, and so we've got to make some judgment on who that affects and how it affects the whole political arena here in Bermuda. But welcome to you all. Absolutely a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Justin?
Hi, everybody. I'm Justin Matthias. The public will probably know me best as the senator in 2017 and 2018 for the One Bermuda Alliance. And I was also the deputy chair and chairman of the One Bermuda Alliance, and also the chair of the Future Bermuda Alliance group back in 2017. And like Claudette, I didn't graduate with a doctorate in diplomacy, but I did have a minor in political science, and I'm an avid student of the political world. So this stuff is what gets me going.
Thank you. Peter?
Hello, I'm Peter Sanderson. I'm an attorney. I think I've been invited to talk specifically about legal affairs and immigration, but more generally, I've lived in Bermuda for 10 years. I'm from the UK originally, but I have a Bermudian wife and now young children as well.
Thank you. Sophia?
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Zakia Lord. I'm here representing Out Bermuda. It's truly a pleasure to be amongst your panel and to be invited tonight. It's lovely to hear the whistling frogs in the background. I certainly am here.
Maybe I should close this window.
No, it sounds lovely, Mrs. Scott. It's lovely to be here this evening to represent, the LGBT community. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Craig.
Craig Simmons. I teach economics at Bermuda College. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Well, I think the story of the day and the night possibly could be the low voter turnout. So why don't we're going to have Claudette and Justin and Larry speak to that. How do you think this could affect the election? And we'll start with Claudette.
Well, I think traditionally we've seen that low voter turnout is never a good thing, particularly for the governing party. It's important that everybody gets out and gets their vote in. All the votes are needed. I think with the new party that has been introduced, this is certainly an opportunity for them to ensure that their votes get out. So it's all going to come down to who was the most successful in their get the vote out plan. There are some constituencies that the PLP hold where they are clear strongholds. But clearly, I think we may see tonight that there's constituencies you should not be taken for granted. The vote should not be taken for granted. That should always be the case. But in this one was certainly a surprise in the introduction of the new party. I think the PLP probably thought it may have been a little easier. Um, and there have been some surprises, and maybe some surprises this evening.
Okay. Justin, I think you might have a couple of examples of how low the voter turnout is in some places.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that Claudette had said. It is really indicative of not just the government, but what the voter apathy is, right? You know, what is the appetite for them to go out? I think the coronavirus, that situation that we live in right now, I think that kind of suppressed the vote a lot. So it really is. I think a lot of people thought that the election was going to go one way, but it could go anyway now. That it's especially, you're going to hear us say GOTV all night. It's got out the vote. Who got out the vote and what constituency? Did FDM, were they able to get out the vote in those western parishes where they said that they were going to be very strong? That's going to be something that's really interesting. I'm here in constituency 24, so I've been helping Tariq Smith of the OVA. At about 8 o'clock, at around 7:30, we had 772 votes from what we counted. So that's about 30% lower than what was had in 2017. So we are hopeful that something is going to be a lot closer than it was in 2017, but we don't know what's going to happen. I've also heard numbers from 36 where we've had about 500 odd voters, and that's a very low turnout. Advanced polling was very low at only 66 people. So the low turnouts mean that it is really about get out the vote, but sometimes it could just mean that it's one or two voters that make the decision. And I think in 36, you're going to see a three-way tie for the lead, and I think there might be 10 votes that separate each party in 36. And it's going to be very interesting.
Now, Larry, you were down at the West End today. What did you see?
Okay, yeah, I was at 34 for just about the whole day, and clearly that was the indication of a very low turnout. The issue is going to be who got their vote out. You got to remember too that the FDM is really a new kid on the block. They don't have much of a database to make any kind of comparisons at all. But all they could rely on was them being on the doorstep. And of course, that's difficult to determine who, at the end of the day, may have made a promise and said they're favorable to you. And when they go to the polls, it may be different. The Bermuda voters are very polite character. But the low turnout, I think, is an indictment about, it's clearly apathy, but it's got to be an indictment against how people view politics and how they're viewing the administration currently in power. But it's difficult to tell what that really amounts to. Who got out their vote is really going to be the question here. And they're going to be able to see that as the numbers begin coming in.
Okay. The later part of this afternoon, some people may have seen this already, that the Premier sent out an email saying that there was a low turnout and urged people to come out and vote. What do you think this signifies?
Well, it may well signify that his numbers are down as well, if he's making that kind of clarion call to the voter. If he was safer, he certainly wouldn't he wouldn't have to do so. So it's affecting potentially everybody in that regard, right? And but clearly it was only in 8 o'clock in the morning, the people that got there were people who were going to work making 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And then it really just trickled right down to a very slow move of people coming in. And then the knockoff crowd never really came at 34. It just stayed as a trickle. Yeah.
But Don, let me also add, as we're talking though, we know that the green machine is a machine.
It's a machine.
It's a machine, unmistakable machine. So we'll find out tonight how well oiled that machine is.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I want to talk with Craig a little bit about the economy while we wait for the results to roll in. We have one of the foremost experts in Bermuda on the economy, Craig Simmons. And Craig, the first question I have for you: what will be job one for the government come Friday morning?
Managing COVID. In terms of the economy, the prerequisite for opening our economy is managing COVID. One of the reasons why we've been able to sort of solicit digital nomads and business visitors and vacationers is because of our success in keeping infections down. So whichever party wins, that's going to be job number one. Everything else will have to come behind that. And assuming that we can successfully manage infections, then there's the chasm that has opened up between blue collar in-person service workers and white collar remote service workers like myself. Blue collar workers, they're the ones that have median incomes of in the 40,000s, and it's the white collar workers who are earning six figures. And right now, most of those blue collar workers, 1,700 people in the hotel industry, about 1,000 in restaurants, 400 in construction. You got like 1,600 people in retail and wholesale, and we can't forget the transportation sector. So we're looking at about 6,000 blue collar folks that in fact have been sort of disenfranchised because of this virus. And slowly, as we open, those people can be reemployed. And at the same time, you've got to deal with 5,000 people who are uninsured, who essentially don't have access to healthcare. I love to bring up the situation in Singapore in the early days of the pandemic. Singapore was very successful in keeping infections down, but they forgot about their marginalized population, their migrant workers. And because they didn't take care of those migrant workers, they were the ones that reinfected the population. So those 5,000 people mentioned in the census who are uninsured and really don't have access to healthcare, you've got to do something about that. I don't know whether that means moving in the direction of universal healthcare. Of course, there's a price tag that needs to be attached to that. I mean, if you're going to provide basic healthcare by way of something like HIP, that's what, $400 a month, approximately $5,000 a year for 5,000 workers. That's got a bill of around $25 million. So this is, it's going to be expensive managing the economy. And of course, there is the big elephant in the room, and that's the $3 billion worth of on-balance sheet debt. There's also the off-balance sheet that is made principally up of pension liabilities, another sort of $3 billion. So we've got to be careful about how we sort of accelerate the debt burden, but at the same time, this is why we have a government for times like this. Yeah.
What do you think the voters can, an economic point of view, can they expect in the coming year? And I know, like the Premier said earlier today or earlier this week, that he doesn't expect to turn around until 2023 at the earliest.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Thinking about the hospitality sector, the 1,700 people in hotels, the 1,000 in restaurants, we've got to support these people. Whether we do it with this with more unemployment assistance, like a $500 a week check, that's going to be expensive. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars. Underwriting that sort of unemployment bill for the next year or two. This is going to be really tough going, and of course the public sector is being asked to make sacrifices, and hopefully I'm a public sector worker, that we will in fact step up and make the requisite sacrifices so that those 6,000 blue collar brethren can make it through.
Right. All right. Well, we thank you for your time tonight. Hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Election-wise, we want to bring on Zakia.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hey there.
Hi. What things other than equal marriage for your community needs to change to strengthen the rights of the LGBTQI community?
I'm glad you asked something other than marriage, because I think the emphasis has been so much on that, and I think that's great, and it's certainly a fight that we are having to fight while we would choose not to. But it also that like really limits the conversation. It really is about couples. It's oftentimes younger people, and right now, particularly during a pandemic and an economic crisis, the opportunity for us to just remember that the LGBT community literally are across this island also thinking about all the things that Mr. Simmons mentioned, right? Everything from, aging to transportation to healthcare to young people. I mean, even listening in the car, LGBT folks are complaining about potholes in their streets too today, right? Like, that was a lot of conversation, which I, have thoughts about, but, we are at every intersection that this country is dealing with. Tourism, we're listening hard. And so I want to ensure that like people are not limiting the conversation to LGBT rights and marriage equality, particularly when our country and the world is struggling. So I would not ask anything separate of our community or to be considered for our community than I would for any other one. And that you just remember that we too are listening, we are trying, we are looking for jobs, we are holding down jobs, we are holding down parenting. And, for us, you know, what I want to also mention is the opportunities that we are looking at the ways in which we are using our resources, and we're hoping that any government that is elected tonight or maintains to be in power, that we can hold those folks accountable, and that obviously people have voted already, but that whoever it is that ends up being your representative, that we as a community will stand and we will ask people to like be forward thinking, and that they will be inclusive, and that you will remind both the country and the individuals within it that we want what everyone else wants, is to like live freely, peacefully, be able to go to the beach, be able to go to our schools, and to not feel as if discrimination is at the front and center of our identities. So I think that for me is important. And I think Out Bermuda in particular is demonstrating what I think it means to put your resources where they are best put to use. So we are not just fighting the marriage equality fight. We are supporting organizations such as Solstice. We are partnering with Center Against Abuse. We're working with the Family Center. Even though CRIFTA didn't happen, we were certainly standing proudly and excited to cheer for our athletes as well. And before the end of the year, we have we're going to roll out a bunch of diversity literature. And so I think for me, the question is, what are we doing with our resources? And when I say resources, I mean our time, our talent, and our treasure. And I want our country to be asking the same questions that we at Out Bermuda are asking. So I hope that answers your question, Don.
Yeah.
But it's like I said, everything from potholes to what are you reading today to does your Wi-Fi work while you're trying to work from home are the same questions that the LGBT community are looking at and asking themselves. We too are cooking things we haven't cooked before.
Okay. The part of the thing is like with the shrinking job market that we're going to be experienced. How has discrimination lessened over the years? Is there still discrimination happening?
Oh, I would say absolutely. Discrimination is still happening. I think it has a subtlety to it. As you all know, Out Bermuda has certainly been at the forefront of some of the legal fights. But, I do worry about, as we look at the quote-unquote shrinking economy, particularly, we saw things come to a grinding halt right around the pandemic, is that will our community members, will the LGBT community be like the first in line when folks are looking to not hire back? Will we be the ones where folks are like, well, will they allow their preferences or their issues or their discrimination to be the reasons that they don't choose someone, even if they're a good worker? And so I do think that there's some concerns, because if people are allowed to discriminate, legally or not, then it gives them also permission to not necessarily look at the skill sets people hold and try to find other ways to rule people out. And so I think it's another reason why you want to be proactive in the fight. We were not fighting so that people would keep their job during a pandemic. We did not know that pandemics would be here, but I certainly know, I mean, we talk about sexual orientation being added to the Human Rights Act 2013. It's so in these moments like this, we cannot be, you cannot fire someone for their sexual orientation. And hopefully that will be not the case as we go forward.
Now, I know you don't want to get into the politics thing too much, but
Sure.
with each of the platforms,
Mhm.
obviously, there's a clearer path in some
Sure.
parties than others for equal marriage. And I know you like the term equal marriage rather than
Sure.
same-sex marriage, but regardless of what happens, what are you hoping for? Because the Privy Council case in January, February.
Yeah, the case is scheduled for February, and if people want to if they want to cancel it, we're open to that. We certainly would love to spend our time differently too, and I think that the public purse could be spent differently. There's been quite a lot of talking points going in and around. There's been some pivots that have both been surprising, some welcomed, some really well stated. I think the real proof is going to be in the pudding, to be honest. I think whoever it is that we are, calling our leadership tomorrow, is that we will hold them accountable. We will absolutely know what we need. We know what our people need. And we hope that they also are willing to say, this is not working for me. This does not make me feel inclusive. And it's not just the LGBT community, it's our family members. It's those people that want to stand in solidarity with us. This is that moment. This is that moment when you say that policy actually doesn't serve everybody. That, your decision to spend your money that way isn't a good use of your time, talent, and treasure. So I do believe that whoever is elected, we still have the power to use our voices in ways that move ourselves in the direction of the future. And not backwards. And certainly we will fight if that is what is called for us to do, which we have done so far, we would do again. But that is not who we choose to be. We will, we will fight if they ask us to get in the ring, which is what's happened so far. We didn't get in the ring ourselves.
Appreciate you coming on and spending some time and help
Sure.
give your communities input, which is valuable and I know, like from the Pride parade last year, you guys had an overwhelming support. And thank you tonight for coming on.
And Don, I just want to say thank you to you and your team for asking us on unequivocally and unapologetically to come and stand as members of the community, not accidentally, not pretending to be doing anything other than standing in our truth. It really is also a sign of the times and a sign of progress. So thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to move to some politics talk now. Get back to the front and with the rest of the panel still here. Again, just if somebody who's missed maybe the first part of the program tonight, there's a low turnout or suggesting a low turnout tonight. We do know that there was a high advanced poll ballot, 4,411 people voted early because of COVID-19 restrictions. It's another way the pandemic has affected our country. A lot of people at the polls early. And as part of that, some of the constituencies saw like more than 200 people pre-vote, 36, which is suggested maybe one of the lower turnouts, only had 66 people in the advanced polling. How do you guys are going to factor in how the advanced polls affect the election tonight? And Jeff, why don't we start with you?
For me?
Yeah, yes, it do.
Yeah, so I think what the advanced poll tells you is how good are the teams in that constituency. Like I said, GOTV, get out the vote. How strong is that get out the vote in those constituencies? From what we've seen from advanced poll, you have 6 and 5 that turned out over 200. That's Rain Ferbert and at number 6, and number 5 is I believe it is Derek Burgess. So,
right.
Those seats have very good teams. So they have turned out a large amount of people in advanced polling, and it tells you that today, on Thursday, they probably got out the vote. So I think when when it comes to strongholds or seats that will go OBA or seats that will go PLP, those seats will probably get out the vote. And the seats that we will be looking at are the marginals that go back and forth from election to election.
Anybody else want to jump in here, Larry?
Well, I'm moving just away from that for a minute. I thought Craig's comments and Zakia's was very sobering. This election thing, we've got to have a government, but we've got the crisis of the pandemic, and of course the $3 billion debt that sits over everything, and we've got to have the best people for it. I must say I appreciated Zakia's comments, because if we look after the LGBT community, then we look after everybody. They represent so poignantly what everybody else is feeling, and we've got to, if we get that right and do as Mark Bean says, broaden the tent, get as many people under the tent as possible participating in this process, I think we stand a chance. But there is clearly going to be a very long challenge going forward. Whoever governs, whether it's one party or a coalition of parties, it's going to really be a challenge, and we've got to get serious in Bermuda in that regard, and everybody has to all hands on deck on this one. If, for example, the PLP goes back in, they've got to in fact reach out big time. They cannot pursue the same policies that going forward, in my view, because if the turnout is as expected, that's a statement to them that they can't go in the same direction. The rest of us are just trying to come in to, in fact, help to rebalance this whole thing. They're going to have to change directions. They can't go the same way.
Right. Part of the thing is I thought there might have been a bit of energy with the new party getting some people out who maybe hadn't voted before, and maybe possibly increasing the numbers, but it seems like that hasn't been the case.
I think you're right on that. I mean, remember they formed almost on the day that the election was called. I mean, they had so little time and very little infrastructure about how to get out the vote. They certainly don't have the green machine momentum, and so if people were anticipating that because they were saying things which were more reflective of where the community is, I'm not sure whether we've been able to fulfill that just by virtue of the fact that we have such a small infrastructure in the new movement, and so, but that's the reality of it. As hopeful as people may have wanted to be for change, and we may not have been able to fulfill that desire in the public. But we're going to look at the numbers as they start coming out to see what's happened there.
Yeah. Claudette,
Yes.
what would you say was the general public perception going into this election as to who was going to win?
I think generally there is a feeling that the current government will remain the current government. I think what has been unexpected has been the introduction of the new party, for one. The different faces within the OBA has been another unexpected turn, and I think it won't be as easy as perhaps one would have thought coming out of very successful management of COVID-19. Left very warm, fuzzy feelings about the government in many people's eyes. But it also, I think, the introduction of the new party, and this low voter turnout. This low voter turnout, if it pans out to be, is interesting because generally, low voter turnouts are for two reasons. One is either for voter suppression. That typically doesn't happen in Bermuda. Maybe there was a time that it did, but not today so much as it does in other places. And the others would be voter apathy. And if we're having voter apathy in a time when the government has done reasonably well with the handling of this pandemic. Now, that's interesting. However, voter turnout has been low worldwide. This is a worldwide phenomena. Um, People are tuning out of politics. It is a turnoff, and they no longer see it, many people, as a viable means of making sustainable and meaningful change. And so we are in this country becoming a part of that reality. And so any new thoughts, and this is why I think the FDM in particular is an interesting phenomena, because when I first saw it, I thought of the outliers. There are outliers out there that don't feel as though they really fit anywhere. And so we see this in this interest, even in the candidates that they have fielded, very diverse, some unexpected persons in there. That we do have a citizenry of people who feel as though they are on the outside. And that is an opportunity. Maybe not in this particular election, we'll see, but certainly in the next one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I want to move on next to Peter to talk about some immigration issues. There was some talk about possible independence this next term and how that might affect PRC holders and or Commonwealth citizens or British overseas territory citizens. So if some of the parties decide, whoever wins decides to move to independence, how might that affect Bermuda?
That's it's completely speculative. I mean, it would depend entirely on what vision of independence is being put forward. It would depend what is put forward to the and who would be a citizen when Bermuda becomes independent. I would imagine that it would include long-term residents or quite a few of them, but that's entirely forward that vision and whether people support that vision. But I think typically under international standards, long-term residents are expected to be given citizenship when a country does go independent.
What do you think will be the major issues over the next 5 years, even if independence is not on the table, that need to be resolved?
Well, in terms of immigration, I think there's probably two main issues. The first is that Bermuda has a sizable number of, especially kids people who came here as kids, who were born here and have grown up here and still don't have any pathway to status, and that's probably a few hundred people. And then on top of that, you've got a larger number of people, of long-term residents who came here as adults that have lived here for decades in some cases. That's one issue, is what you do about them. The second issue, more generally, is how does Bermuda have an immigration policy that makes it attractive for the best and brightest people to want to come to Bermuda and settle here? Because at the moment, it's a very enticing prospect to be told, well, okay, you can have this quality of life, but if you like it and you want to settle here, it's going to be very tough for your family. So you got those two separate, in a way, they're separate issues that needs to be addressed, and that the parties have each put forward. Well, the PLP and FDM put forward policies for where they see immigration going. Quite interesting, the OBA didn't say anything about immigration in its platform this time. It was completely silent. I guess they couldn't figure out what the policy should be, which is a bit concerning for the main opposition party, that they couldn't actually articulate a single policy about one of the most pressing issues that Bermuda is facing. The PLP's main policies are that they want to continue with their comprehensive reform, which has now been going on for however many years, and we'll see if it ever does actually happen. And they also want to bring in commercial immigration, is their second plank in their platform. And the FDM has a very kind of radical by current standards of having a pathway to status for anyone who's been here for 7 years and pays taxes, or who came here as a child and has been here for 7 years.
Yeah.
So those are the visions we got here and the OBA. I guess if they are elected, and it seems unlikely, but I guess we'll find out what their vision is after they're elected.
We haven't talked about where candidates are running. A lot of people may have forgotten there's some really interesting matches. We're going to show a little video about who's running where, and then we'll talk about specific constituencies.
Okay.
All right, we have some first numbers in constituency 15. I don't see them, but maybe they'll be up in a second here. While
You
we're
want some
going
help,
to that,
Don?
yeah, thank you.
So for constituency 15, Pembroke East, we have Rota Raban and Scott Stewart. The
Thank
first
you.
count is in, and we have Rota Raban leading 133 to 16 for Scott Stewart.
Okay, so I mean that's not really much of a surprise.
Not that big of a surprise, no. And in constituency 2, St. George's West, we have the incumbent Kim Swan with 138. We have Thomas Harvey of the OBA at 41, and we have Dwayne Smith for the FDM at 21.
Okay, so what stands out to you guys with that, Justin?
I think what stands out is that we have 2 PLP strongholds that are turning out.
Okay. Larry, do you want
constituency 20? That's Susan Jackson. She's for the OBA. She's 109 to DeVita 41, and then in 21 it's Curtis Dickinson 108, Gavin Smith 33, and so the principal parties are holding their own in that regard.
with regard to Gavin getting 33 votes so far, what's the hope of the FDM tonight as they compete? I mean, is it realistic that they're going to win any seats?
Well, Sands is up in the air, certainly, and I would also give both Cheryl and Patrice some hope.
Cheryl's in 7 and Patrice is in 5.
That's right, yeah. But it's a kind of a short-term and a long-term game. There's a mood swing in the country. We were hoping to catch that short term, that mood swing in the short term. In the long term, the Mark has said, they're going to be here in any event, and so they're building a party. If we get something tonight, we're winners in any event. We're winners because we've actually been a part of this and caused the whole shakeup in this whole political environment. I think we've got some support, but we'll have to see. It's made a huge difference. And when you overlay the apathy, I can't determine how much of an impact it is. We certainly didn't seem to get out the apathetic. And those are the facts on the ground. The numbers are down, and it's affected us too. There may be sympathy for us, but not sympathy yet. But I'm hopeful for Mark, and I'm hopeful for Dean. And that's 34 and 36.
Okay. Claudette, what's your expectations for the FDM tonight?
I think it in their maiden appearance that we cannot take for granted that all of these candidates, as I watched them, are such a wonderful example of our democracy at work. And if anything else, that is the diversity of those candidates has should indicate to us that we do have the potential to have many voices included in our political system, which has not been the case, for many years. It's been one side or the other, typically centered around race or economics. So that is encouraging. But this is, I would agree with Larry, for the FDM. This is a long haul walk. And certainly with the election being called so soon, did not give many people time to prepare. And quite frankly, that was a good strategy for the premier, who may not have anticipated the apathy coming out of, again, COVID-19. Had the FDA had more time to prepare, we would be probably having a different conversation. And I would say the same would be for the OBA. There are some surprising candidates, and they certainly have had more women, more white women, who have typically been underrepresented. That is a part of they are part of our population. So with more time. So on Premier Bert's part, it's very Machiavellian. I know people were not too happy about it, but when you're in a position to do something like that, you must do something. And perhaps he even may have had wind of the fact that it was not going to be as easy. Now, having said that, should the PLP still come out of this, with a landslide, it's still possible. I don't think that they should easily rest on their laurels. Tomorrow will be a busy workday because we have had a somewhat of a reawakening in the electorate, and that should not be taken for granted.
Okay.
I couldn't agree with Claudette more than
some more results coming in. In constituency 11, the incumbent Chris Famous has 127 votes. Pat Gordon Pamplin has 73. So it's about a 63 to 37% margin percentage there. And in constituency 12, opposition leader Craig Cannonier has 108 votes. Patrice Miners 25. Lindsay Simmons 39, and Marilyn Steed 3. Those are pretty low first count numbers.
Yeah.
As well to start with, but impression seeing those numbers. I mean, I thought a lot of people were looking at the Pat Gordon Pamplin and Chris Famous constituency as one of the more interesting ones for today. Justin, do you have any comments on what you're seeing so far?
Yeah, I think Pat was thrown in there obviously at the last minute in nomination day. That was the nomination day surprise, right? She's obviously trailing right now. These votes represent the votes that come in right at the end. So these are the last bits. So maybe these are just Chris Famous's get out the vote, I need you, I'm trailing. So we don't really know when it comes to first count. they're not really always indicative of what's going to happen. I think right now, we have to really look at 19 because Marcus Jones is only leading by 1 vote in the first count. So if this is indicative of the type of night that we're going to have, we might have a lot of changes in these marginal seats.
Right. And also, just flashed up on the screen, Curtis Dickinson, 108, Gavin Smith, 33. In 22, we have Scott Pierman, 128, Chris Richardson, 97. That's not much of a surprise. It's not much of a lead there, but there's just 30 votes separating the two. And going down the list here, 30 was also supposed to be an interesting one to watch tonight. And just let Claudette weigh in. Kimberly Leah Scott has 122 votes in the first count, and Jason Wade 150. So the PLP have a 28 vote lead which would flip that seat.
Well, I don't know much about either of those two candidates, so I'm going to yield to my colleagues for that one.
So, I would say this about just hearing about what was going on in 30. Jason Wade is in that constituency. He is a former president of Southampton Rangers. So he's in that community. And I think before that, there was a lot of talk that this is going to be a real race and it's going to be one of the seats that we're looking for. The OBA put a lot of emphasis in that seat. And it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be close. It's showing that the PLP has got out their vote in the last hours. So whether that gets him through the rest of the day, I think that's going to be the most interesting part.
Right. We have our first results in 36, which is another one that people are looking at tonight. And it's a three-way race. FDM leader Mark Dean has 48 votes. Attorney General Kathy Simmons has 89, and the OBA's Jeff Souza 23. I think the surprising thing there may be the vote count that Kathy still has managed to get more than 50% of the vote.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will speak, Don, to Christopher Famous and Patricia Gordon Pamplin. I thought that was interesting because I thought I heard, Justin, that Mrs. Gordon Pamplin was planning on retiring. Was that correct? And so, go ahead.
Let me say this. Pat Gordon Pamplin always speaks, and you have to go to her quotes. She never said that she was going to resign. She did say that she was stepping back from her seat, and if need be, if she needed to be tapped in, she would be tapped in for the fight. And that's exactly what she's done. That's how she's had her whole entire political career. She's a fighter, and she will fight until she can't fight anymore. So to me, it's no surprise that she went in there and she tried to give Famous a run for his money.
Yeah, and that's what I saw there. That it was I don't want to speak for her, but I wondered whether it was a situation of I'll die on my sword for this one and give it all I've got. In any event, Mr. Famous is well known for the doorstep. He is out there constantly. It's why I believe he was so successful in the constituency against Mr. Richards, former. I don't think there's too many people that match his doorstep approach. So it's going to be interesting. That being said, Patricia Gordon Pamphlet, in her own right, is a well-respected member of the party, well-known, and may not need as much work on the doorstep as a novice would. So that is one, I believe, done to watch.
Yeah. I spoke to her earlier today at the polling place, and she said she did manage to get around to knock on all the doors. Not everyone may have been home, but she did manage to, like a racehorse right there at the end. An interesting one that we're going to look at now is 32, where the FDM candidate, Chris Gauntlet, is in second place with 34 votes. Scott Simmons is leading that with 92. and Karen Magnum of the OBAs in third with 25. Larry, you want
Well,
to say about that?
I'll tell you this, Chris has worked her tail off down there, frankly, and she's just about holding her own. But remember, Scott Simmons is the incumbent there. It's early. It's a first count. Let's and this as as Peter said. Sorry, these are the early votes. This is the stuff that went in the box last. Let's see what that early morning 8 o'clock vote was all about when people were getting to the polls. If it's like Somerset, that's when we had the majority. 34. Then that's when we had the majority of voters coming out. After that, it just trickled. So it's probably going to pick up a bit more. But he's got a bit of a lead there. It may just stay.
And I have to agree with Larry. The meat and potatoes are count 2, right?
Yeah.
2 is the middle of the box, and that's the real indication. And I think that's probably going to be the most important count to look at when we try to say, well, I'm going to try to make a prediction.
Yeah.
But even like if maybe some of the FDM candidates don't win tonight, Larry, that if they finish second in a 3 or more horse race,
great,
move to the party.
Say what was the last part again?
If they finish in second in a 3 or more horse race, so if there's 3 or 4 or 5 candidates, what would that mean to the party?
Listen, as I said earlier, I mean, we're on a winning ticket in any event. We have recognition, I think, and that's where I think we've won. We've made a difference in the whole political landscape in such a very short period of time. I think Mark would consider that a significant win, not a winning of the polls, but a winning of acceptance of the FDM, and that's how I've been viewing it. And I think we've caught a part of the wave, which is the change, which is happening. But the apathy thing it did catch me off guard a bit. I didn't think there was that much apathy. I thought there was going to be change. Maybe that was just my hopefulness, but the apathy factor I didn't figure in at all.
We've got, again, this is just the first count, but in contingency 9, Vic Ball is running for the OBA to replace Trevor Monis, and he has 109 votes. The PLP, Vance Campbell, 115, a slim 6-point lead. Justin?
I think the most important part about this, and not just saying, we've already said that these are the last votes. I think the thing that we should be looking at here is that we had an email from the Premier at 4 o'clock telling his supporters to come out and vote. And they have leads over the OBA in some of these seats. And that means that his get out the vote kind of worked. So we don't really know exactly what the scene was before that for him to put that email out there. But as you can see now with these first counts, he did get out the vote.
Yeah, believe it.
Another one that could be a possible seat change tonight, contingency 7, Anthony Richardson of the PLP, who ran in the same seat last time and lost to the OBA's Sylvain, and in my mind's gone blank, but Sylvain, Justin, you can help me out. But in any event, Anthony Richardson has 146. Robin Tucker has 110 for the OBA, and Cheryl Packwood has 43 for number.
Yeah, so Don, I was in that constituency for the last 2 elections. I wasn't down there this election, but in 2012 and 2017, I was canvassing with Sylvan Richards, and it's quite the constituency. There's a family-based constituency, and I think right now we're looking at it. We have Anthony in the lead. That means that he got out the vote at the last minute, and you're kind of seeing that Cheryl Packwood might have taken some votes away from OBA, and that I think that's a testament to what might happen tonight, right? Especially when we start to look up West, where the FDM is saying that something's going to happen.
Yeah, because if you look over at 36, Beth Sousa's total for the OBA is really low, And I guess a lot of people might have thought that the FDM was taking votes away from the PLP.
I mean, when it comes to 36, the low turnout is, I think, unexpected. I think it's everybody was looking at that constituency, and it's kind of like someone's put the spotlight on a child, and they just ran away because they were shy.
Yeah.
The low turnout in 36 is, I think, the most surprising thing of the night.
In constituency 3, St. David's, Levita Fogo, the incumbent for the PLP, 250 votes. Edwin Cannonier for the OBA, 38.
No surprises there.
Yeah, no surprises.
Yeah.
Well, let me say about constituency 7. So Cheryl Packwood is another one, another surprise of this whole. I'm talking mostly about the fact that she's in one of the outliers that that I talked about, and that she's representing the FDM. She has, I believe that she has a strong candidacy appeal. I don't know what's going to happen tonight because she can go across so many sectors. A woman who's worked in international business, a mother, a Black female, and so on and so forth. A lot of candidate appeal are there. Having said that, however, I'm not quite sure of the makeup of that particular constituency in terms of voters, but this I can say about Anthony Richardson, no stranger to the Progressive Labor Party, has pretty much filled just about any role that he's been called to do, would know that machinery well, and would have support within the party. So from that point of view, success there for him, depending on the makeup of that constituency, would not be a surprise. We'll see what happens. And it wouldn't also be a surprise that if indeed the disenfranchised, now this is something to think about, Justin, if the disenfranchised voter is actually more an OBA supporter than anything, that would be interesting.
Let me add this too, Claudette. The thing about 7 is Anthony is the only person who's returning at this election. You have Robin Tucker, who's new, and you have Cheryl Packwood, who's a shock, right? So the voters have seen Anthony. Anthony's been there in 2017, and he has knocked on the door since 2017. He hasn't left that constituency. And those voters in constituency 7, I know them very well, and they are all about relationships.
Okay.
They are all about who is going to take care of my issues. Most of those people in that constituency send their children to Harrington Town School. So they are 100% focused on what is happening in that constituency. And they want somebody there that's going to represent them, that's going to make sure that they are taken care of and their needs are heard. So Anthony really has the upper hand in this election because he is the only one that they've seen for the last 3 years.
Right. Peter, what are your general impressions on tonight?
Well, I think what I'd say is that elections are about electing particular individuals in particular seats, but the bigger questions that come afterwards are what's the policy landscape and what's going to happen next. This is one of the most unprecedented times that most of us can remember, and people are looking for ideas, and people want to know what can be done. And this is an election where all of the parties publish their platforms many days before the election. I just don't feel that the ideas that we need to get through these times have had the opportunity to be aired yet. And so the way I see it is that whoever ends up forming the next parliament, and I imagine it will be another PLP government, but whoever it is, the ideas that are going to see us through the next years are still to be found and are still to come, and are probably going to come not from the politicians but from the people. And I think this next parliament that we're going to see, I would imagine, a lot more grassroots involvement and putting ideas forward. I think the FDM is part of that. Whether they get people elected or not, they're one of the few groups of people who've injected fresh ideas into this election. And I think if they win those seats, they've at least shown that there is an audience for fresh ideas, and in some cases quite radical ideas. And that, I think, is going to be the interesting thing to look at in the years to come.
Yeah. Speaking of,
I think Peter's right. Sorry, yeah, Nick. I think Peter's right on that. I mean, the fresh ideas are there clearly, but we're fighting against a very traditional electorate. I mean, you look at both Dennis Lister and Kim Wilson. That's 34 and 35. You'll see that that's the typical stronghold PLP get out the vote, which seems to be working there at this stage. But we'll have to see how it goes. You know, yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah.
no, just to illustrate that Peter's point with the French ideas and things, we have several places now in the first count where the FDM are actually in second rather than the OBA. So if you look at number 5, for example, Barrett Burgess, the incumbent, who usually wins by quite a margin, has 147 votes. Desmond Crockwell for the FDM has 45, and Elizabeth Harvey Deacon has 30. Another case moving down to the West End, we have Eugene Bean, 57 votes in second. Nikki Garrett for the OBA just has 20 for the, and then Kim Wilson, the health minister, is at 173. What do you think? You know, thinking if it looks like early on, and I'm again with the caveat of the first counts, you can't rely on them too much for the whole night. But if the FDM finished second in several of the seats that they're running in, what message does that send to the OBA, Justin?
I think right now, especially in the West, it's really saying to the OBA that, I mean, they're really not an option in the West. And I think that's very sad as an organization, as an official opposition. Like I said, we don't know that if this is indicative of what's going to happen tonight. But seeing the FDM in second in a lot of these seats against an established party is a little bit disheartening.
Another one, 28 was supposed to be one to watch tonight. Dennis Lister, the incumbent for the PLP, 189 votes. Dwayne Robinson, 111. Claudette, what do you think about that? I know Dwayne's supposed to be one of the young rising stars of their party.
That's interesting because Mr. Lister has been there for quite. Is he not the longest serving or close to it?
No, it's junior.
No, this is junior.
The brother,
Sorry.
the son.
Oh, I'm sorry, the son.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I take responsibility.
Okay. Yeah. No. Well, that's interesting. Again, you know, again, it just shows you, you know, where the electorate is that it's not business as usual. Yeah, I'm voting that way because that's what I've always done. You know, and another thought occurred to me, even as Larry was talking, was we are coming out of a pandemic. People have lost jobs. Maybe people are not feeling voting right now. That's not something that, you know, is on their minds. It'd be interesting to see who hasn't actually come out, the demographic. Normally, normally that demographic are low income. And certainly, we find this in the United States in particular. When you don't have a good voter turnout, that the low income groups are the groups that do not turn out. And I'm, you know, in my career, I'm supposed to be apolitical, so I can't call people up and tell them stuff. But when I first saw the FDM, I thought that that would be one of their strategies strategically, not for every constituency, but for those constituencies where you know it's a bunch of guys hanging around, you know they ain't registered to vote. You know,
You gotta get them. Yeah.
add them to the polls, pick them up, drive them. You know that somebody's home if they're living with their mother. You ain't seen them in years. Send somebody go get them and pick them up and take them to the polls. And no one sleep until everybody is certain that that has been done because there's outliers again. They will not do that on their own.
On the
And
yeah,
so
you're right. Yeah.
while you may not have had the ability to do everyone, strategically, you could have picked a couple of this and also looked at strategically who would I not want to be in cabinet, like what would really unnerve the PLP, and focus like on, not that I'm advocating for that, by the way,
Yeah, yeah. No, no,
but
no, no.
and focus on those areas as a strategy. But I suspect that it is those disenfranchised, those who are feeling the pains of what we're going through right now,
That
who
didn't come.
may not have
Have come. Yeah.
come out. In addition to people who may not see, unfortunately, the OBA as a viable alternative,
Right.
and also who are not politically engaged. We have an electorate that's not politically engaged.
Okay.
And can I add a point there?
Hmm.
Just to take it back to the counts that are coming in, especially for constituency 28, 70 votes, that 70 vote difference,
Yes.
that is, I don't want to say impossible to overcome, but that you get to the point where you can't make that back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that level of get out the vote in this final hours is incredible to me. And it shows the point that maybe David Bart's 4 o'clock message is the
Made a
defining
difference.
factor of this election.
Yeah.
We do have some second counts coming in. Most interesting is constituency 30. Leah Scott, 189 for the OBA, who's the incumbent, and Jason Wade, 225. So a 36 vote lead after the second count for the POP candidate there.
Okay.
Claudette, you want to? And
we have to add these numbers, right, Don?
beg pardon?
We have to add them at the count one.
Oh, after Adams, after count one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's even a wider margin. So, so Leah Scott has 311, and Jason Wade 375. So, 64 votes.
Yeah.
And we're starting to get to that point again where 60 votes within the last. That's almost insurmountable.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And it looks like we have a final result in constituency 21. They have all three counts in, with Curtis Dickinson getting 346. Are you sure that the third count is not a cumulative?
It should be the third count. You should add them together.
Because
three counts together.
The third count, Curtis Dickinson at 346 and Gavin Smith 104.
But let me say this, Don. Sometimes it isn't the final count. There might still be. What usually happens, they agree to release a certain amount at a certain time.
Right.
So the third count could be the final, or the third count could be right before the final.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking at that figure because even right there, that's roughly 800 plus votes for constituency 21. So, looking at some more second counts in 20 and 21, Susan Jackson, 233 in the second count, and Davita Morris, 67. Any comment? I mean,
I think it's safe to say that Susan Jackson is going to be the next MP for constituency 20.
Well, she'll retain her seat.
Yeah,
without doubt. Yeah, you can't pull that back.
No.
And the colonel up there in what's that? I think
27.
37. Yeah, he's 27. You said?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's insurmountable too.
That's insurmountable. Yeah.
Yeah, there 27 is interesting because there were four challengers for the colonel, 148 votes for the PLP, and then if you add up everyone else, they're not even about halfway there. Douglas Trudeau for the OBA, that's 29. Collingwood Robinson for the FDM has 14. Antoine Rayner has 3, and Pastor Maria Seaman has 2.
And here again, Don, it speaks to strategy. You had to ask yourself what was going on up there in 27 that they had. What is the colonel doing up there? What is happening? And
Yeah.
because if you know again about this candidate, another man who is well known on the doorstep, has relations with his constituency.
Yes. Yeah.
Why was it felt that there could be made some inroads in that? And I ask this honestly because I don't know.
Mhm.
Why is it felt that there could be made some inroads in that particular constituency as opposed to others that we may see will be closer this evening?
We're talking about 27 here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, because 27, and that's the first. Colonel Birch ran there 5 times before that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was his first time winning.
Mhm.
Okay.
So although he's the incumbent, I mean, Colonel Birch has said a lot in 3 years, right? And a lot of it hasn't been the most positive things.
Mm-hmm.
So, there could have been voter apathy for him, whether they like that or not. But he was a first time MP in a seat that generally didn't go towards him.
Right. What would you say, Larry? Strategically, what do you think was going on?
It's get out the vote. I mean, they had an awesome team down there. We didn't have a awesome team. It was a single guy. Collingwood Robinson was a single guy, trying to hit as many doors as possible. And frankly, what many of them found was, or certainly he found, in an hour, you're only seeing 5 people.
Okay.
Oftentimes, I mean, normally you've got a team with you that says, "Listen, spend 15 minutes here and move on in any event." But if people want to talk to you for a bit, in an hour, you're hitting 5 people. And what's the total constituency numbers down there? You don't see half of it. You don't see half of it. You don't see a quarter of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the FDM didn't have that kind of machinery. It was going on the popularity of its difference and its radical ideas.
Mm-hmm.
That has cottoned on in some places and gave it some credibility, but it didn't have a machinery.
Okay.
That's vital in this game.
Right. Peter, what constituency are you in, and which of the candidates did you see this year, if you saw any?
Well, we live in number 7. We've not seen any of the candidates. I think the whole time I've lived in Bermuda, no politician has ever knocked on our door, despite having registered voters in the house.
Mhm.
No one's ever knocked on our door. Didn't matter which constituency we lived in. I guess we've always lived in safer seats. Maybe they're not seen as targets by anybody. But I think that's a big problem, that in this kind of system you have seats that are winnable and they get focused on. Voters who live in what's seen as the safer seats get neglected.
Yeah.
I think that over long term that stores up problems for parties, and it creates opportunities for other groups like the FDM to potentially come in when you have voters who've been taken for granted.
And frankly, too, Peter, it's Mark's clarion call was no identity politics, but there is identity politics still that affects the process, and we saw the same thing when we were canvassing in 34. We came by people who had never been canvassed, just simply had never been canvassed.
Yeah, and I know, I'm in constituency 5, and Derek Burgess is around my house 3 or 4 times a year, and I had the OBA candidate come by my house last Saturday. It was only the second time in 18 years that somebody from the OBA had visited my house, and a few days later, the FDM candidate was at my house as well. So half the number of visits in one time. So.
Well, what's the old adage, Nick? You never attack a man who buys ink by the barrel. You're not buying it by the barrel, but he would want a good report from you. I better knock on his door.
We have a second count in 36.
Yes.
Kathy Lynn Simmons, the AG for the PLP, 177. Mark Bean for the FDM, 99, and Jeff Souza for the OBA, 49.
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite interesting, and I do have to apologize for the viewers because I've been in the count for the last 3 elections. So I am doing the math when I'm inside of the polling station, adding the counts together. The counts within the elections.gov our cumulative results, like we're reporting right now.
Right.
Okay.
But the fact that the Attorney General looks like she's going to become the next MP for 36 is indicative of the night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the other thing is after the second count, we just have 300 votes there.
Yeah.
It's not much. I said there was about 500 votes total, so we don't have too much further to go.
Would that possibly suggest then the apathy was among the OBA voters?
I mean, it's huge. I think the struggle with the West is that they have always been neglected by the OBA and the UBP because they are perceived as a stronghold. And the real thing about Somerset, because I've spent all of my weekends and all of my summers up 36, is that it's not as strong a PLP place as people think, but it's the relationships that can be built there. In 2012, we had Ray Charlton come as close as anyone's come to winning a PLP stronghold.
That's right.
And it is indicative of building those relationships and having people within that constituency that people know they've lived with, they've grown up with, they've played marbles with. That is what Somerset is. And I think the opposition party has always never said, here is somebody, send them out for a couple of years, and let's build some relationships.
Right.
But Charlton built some very nice homes over there at the time that he just about knocked my brother Mike out. What was it, about nine votes or 4 votes?
6 votes.
6 votes, yeah. And he was chairman of the West End Development at that time.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely got a push from that, but Ray is from that area. Ray grew up there just like you guys grew up there, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's the big thing. Like, we're a big family up in 36, right?
Yes.
We might vote PLP, we might vote OBA, but I see Michael walking down Cambridge Road, and we have great conversations.
Yeah. But you said it was relationships, and it is relationships. If a person, if you're having to deal with people in that kind of relationship, they're for you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But you have to build it. You have to be willing to build it. You can't just dash in and try to get something.
My experience of pavement politics in the UK as well, before coming here in Bermuda, the OBA doesn't seem to be interested in this. Is in order to take a seat from an opponent, you have to have your candidate in place basically as soon as from the time the last election finished.
Absolutely.
You have to have your candidate already selected and campaigning not just in the weeks before the election, but week in, week out, knocking on doors, canvassing, delivering leaflets, telling people what you're doing and how you're going to solve their problems, how you're going to help them get services that aren't being given to them, how you're going to fix the roads, tidying people's gardens, all that type of stuff. That's pavement politics, building those relationships with people, and needs to start the day after you lose the election. You have to have your candidates in place, and that just doesn't seem to happen here.
Yeah,
it seems so lackluster.
People from the PLP saying, like, in the marginals that they lost last time, they were out canvassing within 2 weeks for this election.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Yes. Yeah. And let this be a lesson to those who are in the race now, that it actually starts tomorrow.
That's right. Yes.
And I must say also, I live in a constituency where I've only ever seen the other side once or twice. I can't even remember the names of the other candidates because they generally just don't come. And I remember there was a young man who ran in our constituency, and I said, if you don't win, will you come back? He said, of course I will. And he never did. This is not a short-term deal, folks. In many instances, and I may get corrected on this, one of the ways you used to, earn your stripes in the PLP was to take a loss somewhere. Earn your stripes and take a loss and see where that commitment and dedication comes from. So, and this whole, and so I commend again everyone who's running tonight who has a desire to want to represent their country. This is a tremendous thing. Not all of us wake up with this in our hearts every day. Yeah. So you got to commend every candidate, but they also have to recognize that with that comes the highs and the lows. This is like an investment. You don't just put it in and look to get that return right away. This is a long haul thing. And usually when you stay in it for the long haul, you will see some wins.
Look
at 33, Nick.
I just want to break in here. We do have a final result declared by the Parliamentary Registry. Constituency 21, Pembroke Southeast, The finance minister, Curtis Dickinson, 346. The FDM's Gavin Smith, 104. And that gives the PLP, even though this is the first final result for tonight, the PLP have 4 seats because they have 3 constituencies where
In already, yeah.
I think the biggest thing is that PLP have their finance minister, which was something that they didn't have in 2012 and they didn't have in 2017, right? That especially in 2012 when we lost the premier and the finance minister, it's indicative of how those people in that constituency view him. And I think that's a big win for the country. I think a lot of people do have confidence in Curtis Dickinson's ability, like Craig talked about earlier, to move us past this election, right? I think as much excitement that we have as political pundits, this election is underscored by the seriousness of the world and what's happening in Bermuda. And with him winning, I think that gives confidence that we're just going to go back to business as normal tomorrow.
Yeah, because I think it's beginning to trend.
There were less than 500 votes cast in that constituency.
Yeah, well, 104. I mean, that's
but
not
no OBA.
bad.
No OBA.
No OBA candidate. That's an interesting outcome for Gavin. That's more than I would expect it. Not because he can't pull that off, but it is a significant for its maiden appearance in under this particular banner. That is a constituency where I think there are way more outliers than we probably recognize. And so it is congratulations to the minister, but it will be one to watch. It will be one to watch in the future, and he will not be able to rest on his laurels either. There, although he's won this evening.
I want to go down to Washington
because look at 33, Nick.
Gavin topped, that's the one I wanted to go to. Gavin topped 100 votes for the FDM. In CC 33, Jamal Simmons is going to win that seat probably. He's got
it's beginning to trend, It's beginning to trend.
Yeah, and
those numbers.
The story has 122 votes. Again, another PLP FDM matchup there. So a second FDM candidate over the 100 vote mark. And then in 32, Christopher Gauntlet has 62 votes. Karen Magnum for the OBA, Chris Gauntlet FDM has again Karen Magnum for the OBA 63 votes, so 1 point difference there. And Scott Simmons ahead of both of them by at least twofold, 230 votes. Cheston, from an OBA perspective, seeing some of these vote totals where the FDM is matching the OBA.
Yeah.
How is that going to reflect on the party tomorrow when they look back on tonight?
I think it's going to be like 2017, where there's going to be some deep introspection, and there's going to be some deep thinking of what went wrong. I think a lot of us watched the campaign, and we could probably take a wild guess of what went wrong. But the fact that we're talking about OBA might not be able to get into double-digit seats, and we're talking about 9 OBA seats and 27 PLP is it's a very sad day because people want a strong opposition, and it looks like the opposition is about to get weaker when it comes to numbers. And I just have to say this: it's not really about government, right? Democracy is built on how strong the opposition is.
Yes, right. Yeah.
And if we do not have a strong opposition when it comes to carrying out the seriousness of the issues that we face, and there is no critique of what the government's doing, and the government just goes ahead and does whatever it wants with this huge supermajority. I'm not casting any aspersions on what the government's going to do, but it could be a concerning point for the average citizen, and that loss and that weakness, further weakness within the opposition, I don't think is beneficial to our democracy.
Well, Justin,
Go ahead.
I would just add, yes, I hear you. Remember, though, that the majority represents the mandate of the people. So the people are speaking, and if indeed it is a landslide again, they are speaking very strongly. That being said, though, although there may not be a strong presence in terms of an opposition, there is no reason why the FDM and others cannot continue on in a row as if they were. There is no reason. We still live in a free society. And so they should. Why not form a shadow cabinet, even though it may not be the official one? Why not do these things? If they're going to be garnering as much votes as the OBA, clearly there is an element of our society who want to see critical thinking about what's, of the status quo of the day.
Yeah,
So
well, I
that was
expect
my encouragement.
I want to take a look
I would expect that what we'd see is some kind of realignment of the opposition, because if the OBA's gone through two such spectacular defeats in two elections, I just wonder how viable it is as a party at this stage. And I think that there may need to be some kind of realignment, because that you have to have a balance there. And at the moment, if there's no balance, then the system can't work. And one of the things to bear in mind is that if the PLP has too big a majority, that becomes unstable internally. Something that's too large can sometimes fall apart.
Peter, I have to agree with you. I'm just interested to find out, and you won't be able to find out from the numbers which are being published by the parliamentary registrar, but what is the demographic which is not turning out? And we can't see that from the numbers, and you can only get that from speaking to persons who were at the polls at the time during the day. What demographic, if there is an identifiable demographic, has not come out in this apathetic event?
But can I add to your point, Larry? And I think this is what Claudette was saying earlier, is that we didn't get that swing voter, right? Low voter turnout is all about base.
Yes.
And it is clear tonight that the PLP base is out.
Yes.
And it is clear tonight that the OBA base is not out. So although I do agree with Claudette when it comes to the majority has their say, that's how democracy works, and they have a clear mandate. With this low voter turnout, it just means that the OBA base is dissatisfied with what the OBA is doing. And that speaks a lot of volumes.
Right. So I want to look at consistency 25. Again, it was one of the ones I was told to watch out for tonight. John Brunson, the OBA, 192 votes, and Ianthea Wade, 208.
Wow.
So this is this is the seat that I was in the by-election. So I ran in the by-election in June 2018. Curtis Dickinson beat me by 375 votes to my 300 votes. It was an amazing turnout there from PLP. It was 90% of the turnout that came out in 2017. I was only able to reach the 70% of Jeff Barron in 2017. And I thought that was the number, around that number, would maybe get me over the line. I was thinking in my head about 350, and I only got to 300, and I still wouldn't have won. So to get out the vote, and the machinery of the PLP is just becoming unparalleled now. And, there has to be something said about the machinery behind the OBA and the internal affairs that are happening in the official opposition party, and the lack of machinery.
Sorry, it's my cat behind me crying, but I know, like, even amongst speaking to a couple PLP MPs off the record, a few of them were concerned about 25 because there was a boundary shift there.
Well, and that's 100%. So in my by-election, I did not get that boundary change. Although that the boundaries were changed in 2017, and it was voted by the majority of the parliament, they did not go into effect until a general election is called. So I did not benefit from that. And we were saying there's probably about 120 votes that have moved from 23, which is the OBA stronghold, into 25. And that should have benefited John Brunson. And I hope that that's the first area he actually went, to see those new voters and tell them, you're not in 23 no more. And you have to come over to 25. And 25, where the voting station is in Spring Hill. And it's, if you don't know where you're going, you're not going to find a polling station.
Oh,
You have to go there and talk to those people.
In for St. George's West. It's not been declared final, but it's the third count. Kim Swan, the incumbent from the PLP 405, Thomas Hardy for the OBA 141, and Dwayne Smith of the FDM 54.
Yeah.
No surprise there.
That one speaks for itself.
Yeah.
But
that's see, there was an OBA seat back in 2012, wasn't it? Didn't the OBA win that seat just as?
Yeah, Nandi Outerbridge won that seat back in 2012, but that's because Kim Swan ran as an independent and took away 200 votes from the PLP. And when he turned into a PLP candidate and an MP for the PLP, he consolidated the PLP's portion in 2012 and his own. So in 2017, Nandi Outerbridge got the same amount of votes, but +1. And he was able to add his independent from 2012 plus the PLP's number in 2017, and that's taken him over the edge in 2017 and now in 2020.
But the interesting thing is that the OBA won under conditions of a low voter turnout. And the opposite thing is actually happening this evening, that the sitting government is actually doing well under this low voter turnout. What do you think that's about?
Well, see, now this is where we really started talking to political strategies, right? Because when we're talking about the former Premier Paula Cox, a lot of people were upset that she didn't strike the UP when they were down.
Absolutely.
And David Byrd has struck the OBA when they are down.
Absolutely.
And although it's the same type of scenario, low voter turnout, we can see that the political strategy of David Byrd won. And you shouldn't kick someone while they're down, but he did, and it's apparent tonight what his plan has worked.
I want to do some quick counts, second count in the first 6 constituencies, which are all held by the PLP currently. Renee Ming, PLP 290, James Perry, OBA 106. I just previously read 2, constituency 3, Edwin Cannoneer 94 of the OBA, Levita Fogo of the PLP 500, Tanae Ferbert of the PLP 310, Kimberly Pitcher of the OBA 90, Derek Burgess of the PLP 301, Desmond Crockle of the FDM 86, Elizabeth Harvey of the OBA 60, and in Hamilton West, Simone Barton of the OBA 98, and Wayne Ferbert of the PLP 320.
Okay.
Did we get to 7?
No, I can read 7 as well. 7, they're also on the second count. Anthony Richardson of the PLP 285. OBA holds the seat. Sylvain Richards was the incumbent, but decided not to run this election. So Robin Tucker's there. She has 240, so that's 45 votes behind Anthony Richardson, and Cheryl Packwood of the FDM.
So I will say this: I was in the count for 2017. Sylvan Richards was behind 30 votes on the second count, and it got me very nervous. But we came back and we won it by 25. So Robin Tucker isn't down and out, but we are starting to get to that margin as well where it could be insurmountable.
So Justin, what caused that, you thought? How people come out?
Well, you have the advance poll and you have the early voters down the bottom of the box, right?
Yes, yeah.
So if you turn out early and you get those advance polls early, then those are your support base, and that's what gets you over the line at the end.
Okay. I just want to thank Peter for being with us here tonight and having his insights, and especially on immigration, and appreciate the time. I realize you've got to go with family matters to deal with. So thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Peter.
Bye, Peter.
Don, I wanted to speak to Justin's point about leadership,
Right.
and what the Premier David Bart, what he may have done to help his leadership style. When you speak of Paula Cox, when I think of Paula Cox, another female politician who I have a great deal of respect for, it was shocking to see the um, uh, violent, I have no other words to put it, violent hostility that
Yes.
the electorate had towards her, in that they decapitated her right out of the party.
Yeah.
And so that may have had a great deal to do with the loss of that time, this total disconnect with the leader. On the other hand, you have David Bart, who has been approachable. He has used social media to his advantage. He's personable. He's younger. He has a family. He's relatable. All of these things help to make him, um, you know, look and feel like someone who is connected. In your view, yeah, and Larry as well, Don, has this helped the PLP? Do you think?
And I think when we look back at this election, right, and we look back at the PLP's campaign ads, they are all about David Byrne and his leadership. And he took a gamble, right? You take a gamble in a parliamentary system. You usually say we have a great team. But in this election, we said we have a great leader. And to ride on one person is very hard. And I think, I'm on Facebook all the time, and, I have great admiration for Laverne Ferbert in the sense that she is a strong individual and a strong woman within the PLP party. And she says the brilliance of Bert. And this is the brilliance of Bert. And we start to talk about political strategy, and we start to talk about how he built his brand. What he's done over the years to build his brand, like you said, he's come from nowhere. From 2012 to now, he has shot and rocketed up the PLP stage to become the leader. And he is now solidifying his right as the premier of this country. And we are now talking about an individual who is smart, who knows the electorate, who is making very strategic decisions when it comes to how he presents his government and how he presents his policy. And we are now starting to talk about somebody who might get into that John Swan situation.
Right.
Where
sorry, go ahead.
Where they get to that point where, how do you get rid of them?
Go ahead, Don.
Well, just two things. I want to transition. I'll finish with that. But he's said in interviews before he's going to run for 2 terms and step down. But politics always everything's flexible. But in consistency 12,
I'll hold him to that, Don. Make sure I quote that.
in consistency 12, third count, the opposition leader Craig Cannonier, 391 votes. Lindsay Simmons from the PLP, 112. Patrice Miners of the FDM, 86, and Marilyn Steed, 11.
I think the biggest thing there is FDM is almost taking out PLP. Within 12, and I think being that close is quite a thing for the FDM. And really what we have to talk about here, right, after this election is, what is FDM's plan? They're coming second or close third against established parties, both the PLP and the OBA. So what is the movement after this? Do we have a party? And I think that's a discussion that we probably will be having tonight.
But,
yeah, quite right. Let me go back to what
in on that is, like, there's a third count in on 36. Kathy Lynn Simmons for the PLP, 279. Mark Bean, 149, and Jeff Souza at 72 there. And I know that was one of the seats that a lot of the OBA were hoping that Mark Bean would split the PLP vote, and it doesn't seem to be that way. It seems like he's taken away from the OBA.
And what I would say about this, Don, is that you have Jeff Souza, who was taken out of 28. You have Dwayne Robinson, who is losing in 28 by a huge margin. Why? Why isn't Dwayne Robinson, who is from 36, running in 36? And why isn't Jeff Souza, that has run in 28, who has won in 28? And some will say that in 2017, it was because Jeff Souza was helping out other constituencies and canvassing is the reason why he lost. And with such short notice, with a snap election, why would you make changes that fundamental to the voters? The voters like relationships. Why would you take somebody who's been there for over 15 years?
Yeah, we also have another third count. It appears like the OBA will have lost a seat here. Leah Scott, 356 votes, and Jason Wade, 400.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
That's huge. This is the deputy leader of the One Bermuda Alliance.
Now, did this call for a recount, though? Because it's very close.
It's very, yes, it's
very, very close.
Let me go back to Justin's point a minute about David's brilliance in your comparison with Sir John. Clearly, David has appealed to his base voter, without doubt, and they've got that vote out. There is still the factor of the apathy because the numbers are down. He has not spoken to the larger populace at all, and so all he's done is to the PLP controls, and the rest of the population have said, "I don't wish to be bothered." And I think that's clearly an indication. And that's an indication of a one party government.
But this is what I'm saying when it comes to John Swan. This is the reason why John Swan had these majorities back in the day. I mean, there's obviously other reasons when it comes to the way that the elections were set up. That's a whole other discussion. But he had the timing. When he called an election, he had the right timing every time. And that's what I am trying to say is that if David Brett is one of those people that gets the timing right every time, we start to talk about, you know, I mean, we're gonna have a super majority tonight.
We go back to what Claudette said. If the apathy is so poignant, you're going to have interest groups which will become the representatives of the electorate.
Because somebody has to fill the gap, right? If the opposition isn't doing the job, somebody has to fill the gap, and hopefully naturally that will happen.
Because
we have some counts in, and one, Renee Ming retains her seat for the PLP or appears to retain her seat for the PLP, 447 to James Perry's of the OBA, 149. Seat 2, Kim Swan of the PLP, 405. Thomas Harvey, the OBA, 141, and Blaine Smith of the FDM, 54. 6, Wayne Herbert of the PLP, 461. Simone Barton, 134. We did 12 already. Craig Cannonier with the most votes there. Constituency 15, Walter Roban, who's the deputy party leader for the PLP, 417. Scott Stewart, 32. I'm just doing the math off the top of my head there. That appears to be less than 10% of the vote. Constituency 18, the premier, David Burke.
Burke's walked away.
Nick Kemp, of the OBA, 87, and Edna Matthey, 20. In seat 19, I had him help me pronounce his name this afternoon as well. But Mr. Adams for the PLP, 263. Marcus Jones of the OBA, 231.
31,
So that looks like another lost seat for the OBA. Gene Atherton was the previous occupant of that seat. and she made way for Marcus Jones, who was the Senate leader for the One Bermuda Alliance, and it doesn't look like that was a smart move.
Well, Jean was there when I went by the polling station this morning. She was there with Marcus helping greet the voters. And again, that might be a case where the voters didn't, the OBA supporters didn't get out to
Get out, yeah.
20, Susan Jackson, 346, Davida Morris, 104. 21, the parliamentary registry is already called official. Kurt Dickinson wins that, 346, to Gavin Smith, 104. 22, Scott Kierman, 363, to Curtis Richardson, 262. We're going down that a little bit. Again, we've already talked about 30. Leah Scott of the OBA losing her seat. Apparently, if this holds up as being true after the third count, 356. And Jason Wade, 400. Seat 33. Jamal Simmons, 381. Christina Story for the FDM, 169. And I think that might be the highest vote total for an FDM candidate. And then down in 36, Kathy Lynn Simmons, the AG for the PLP, 279, Mark Boone, 149, and Jeff Sousa, 72.
Yeah, and I think we have to say here, this is a very reasonable showing for Mark Bean in 36. I think this will give him a lot of ignition when it comes to his movement, and whether he turns that movement into a party or not, or whether he goes back into the fold. We don't know what the future brings. But the fact that he came second in 36, I think that means a lot for the movement.
Right. And we do have 30 has been officially called. Leah Scott, the deputy leader of the OBA, has lost her seat. Jason Wade, the 356 to 400. So that's the PLP now have 5 seats.
Yeah. So now we're starting to talk about 9.
Yes.
We started talking about PLP 27.
Justin, I want to just get back to a point you were making about Premier Burt, and I don't know that this is something that has necessarily occurred overnight. I think he came back from university in the party chairman, and some very grassroots positions, and then worked his way up in the party. You'll recall that at one point he resigned under Hugh Brown, stating that he had to go home for family reasons or whatever it was, and miraculously returned. Question mark. So
Nolita Butterfield about that.
Yes, actually.
Nonetheless, he's been around for a while. He's had his share of Central Committee meetings and all the rest of it, and in PLP fashion has earned the proverbial stripes, as it were, although he may be a younger candidate. What's interesting, I think, and I think it's worth spending some time on, is now transitioning now to someone who Premier Burt would have sat under, which is Mark Bean. And spend some time on Mark Bean, where he is, perhaps what impression he has left on the electorate. I know initially when the FDM was announced, people didn't think it was going to go very far, and then out came the candidates, and we all fell on the floor. And he started to take him seriously. What does this say? And you started to talk about it, about his future, and the relationship or non-relationship between he and the premier.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify Mike too, Claudette.
We do have another final. Susan Jackson has been declared the winner for the OBA in Pembroke Southwest, 346 to Davida Morris, 104. So OBA picked up their first seat for tonight.
Okay. And just to go back to our conversation, Claudette, the thing that I was saying about David, and I didn't say he didn't skip any of the position. It's you usually stay in positions for about 5 to 10 years, and then you move up the ladder. All the things that you talked about happened 1 year or 2 years. The promotions were very I'm talking about months. We're talking about months or years, and that's the type of rise. You don't see that type of rise in the PLP. You go somewhere, you go through 2 election cycles, maybe not in a stronghold, then you sit somewhere, then you become the leader at 50 or 60. He became the leader in his 30s,
Hmm.
which is unprecedented in PLP.
Right.
That's the kind of point that I was trying to make there.
Okay.
Part of the thing is we were talking earlier about the ad campaign or the political campaign for this. We saw the PLP make it about the premier and his leadership, but the OBA seems to be making it about the premier as well. And how do you think that's gone?
Well, see, that's the thing, right? Is that it was the strategy to go with. Bart made it about himself, and the only thing that you can do in order to carve that back is to show a picture of him not in the best of lights, right? Because he's running on himself.
Right.
So it's not wise in political strategy if someone's running on themselves to attack the other people. You attack the person who is the spotlight so that you can try to undermine them and you can try to take down their shine, right? But he had amazing numbers coming into this election when it comes to support and what people thought of him. We saw the numbers that were coming out from research. 60 in the high 60s approval ratings. So
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to knock down that high rate in 6 weeks.
Right. Well, at the opposite end of the scale, those same numbers that were high for Premier Burt were very low for Craig Cannonier.
And you can see it tonight. You can see that the OBA support is not there because they just do not believe that the party is headed in the right direction. And we have to go back to what happened in 2018 when I resigned, when Gene Atherton was taken out. That caused an internal rift in the party, which obviously hasn't benefited the party 2 years later. And those wounds are obviously still not healed. And it's going to be who's going to come out of the ashes of this election tonight and who's going to heal the OBA and give it the life that it needs to continue on.
Right. I did want to go. I meant to do this earlier, but constituency 10, Michael Dunkley last time only won by 43 votes, and after the second count, and he of course he was the leader of the OBA at that point, only won by 43 votes against Dr. Ernest Peets. After the second count, Michael Dunkley has 254 votes, and Ernest Peets has 143.
And this goes back to relationships. Michael Dunkley is in that constituency every single day.
He's like famous. But
yes.
Frankly, I'm beginning to say now that identity politics has won out tonight. The PLP has held its own. There is, Justin, I think your vote has not come out. That's why we're seconding in some areas. But identity politics and the PLP mantra is winning the night. So the country hasn't moved at all. The hope that people had for the FDM hasn't manifested itself as people had hoped. It's clear now. It's all trending right back to where the PLP was running and where the country is in identity politics. We haven't solved that problem yet.
But I will add to that point, though. I will add to that point in the sense of what we're seeing tonight is people building great relationships.
Yes.
Let's take the PLP and OBA banners off, right, for a moment, and say, Michael Dunkley does his work. Chris Damus does his work.
Yes.
Jason Ray did his work. So we are talking about the same thing, that these relationships are so important. Your party can help you. Your party can hurt you. But if you're strong enough as an individual, you will get across the line no matter what your party's doing. And Michael Dunkley's doing that tonight.
Well, what happened in the case of Cynthia Wade Simmons and John Brunson, who both new to those constituencies? The boundaries changed. As far as I know, Mrs. Simmons Wade had an additional 100 voters that not necessarily PLP supporters, still looking like she is going to win, would not have necessarily had the time to build the relationships What's going on there?
Well, I mean, for me, right, this is personal to me. This was my constituency.
Mm-hmm.
This is somewhere where I should have been running today, right now. I got 300 votes in 2018, and John Bronson only looks like he only got 290. The 300 votes that I got in 2018 was something that I could build upon.
Right.
And what got me over the line when it came to Miss Simmons-Wade.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what we're going to talk about tonight is what was the strategy? What was the thinking of putting new people in these marginal places? It's mind-boggling.
Right. We do have third counts in constituencies 8 through 11. Larry was just mentioning Chris Famous, who's famous. They have a bad pun there for being from the workforce. But third count there, Chris Famous 2-4-12, Pat Gordon Pamplin 2-10, so it's a 2-1 margin. Michael Dunkley, we were just talking about third count there, 379 to Ernest Pete 218, which probably a bit of a disappointment to the PLP, who were hoping that was going to flip. Vic Ball appears he might have held on in consistency 9. Third count, Vic Ball 328 for the OBA, and Vance Campbell for the PLP 291, but that's a lot tighter margin than in the past. And then OBA retaining a seat, possibly without any major things in a recount or a challenge or anything like that. Cole Simon 416, and Owen Darrell 241.
And can we go back to the conversation that me and Claudette were having earlier about Patricia Gordon Pamplin?
Yeah.
And she's an amazing stateswoman. We have to say that. But I think also we have to state that this is her last song, possibly. And to go out in this type of fashion, I think is another story in of itself as well.
Right.
Well, I think you be careful how you phrase that. I don't think she's going out in a dishonorable fashion.
I didn't mean it in that way.
Okay, yeah, because she said, she's willing to be served wherever she saw fit, and if she felt that she could make a real difference there, then that is an honorable thing. That
100%.
she's done. Yeah, So and again, against a very, we learned when Christopher Famous beat Bob Richards, he is not someone that you take for granted.
Yeah,
So that was a
absolutely.
formidable candidate there.
I see Walter Raban has also, it's a final there, 417 for Raban, 32 for Scott Stewart.
Right, and there's a final in number 2 as well. Tim Swan, really a landslide victory for the PLP. 45 at the Thomas Harvey, the OBA 141, and Dwayne Smith at the FDM 54. So the count right now is PLP 8 seats, OBA 1, magic number 19. So 8-1 at the moment.
And I think, and back to your point about Patricia Gordon Pamplin, Claudette, I think it does speak to her stamina. It does speak to her putting her hat in the ring no matter what, and being a loyal fighter for the party, which she is. She will go down in history as someone who has always put her neck out there for the party, and who's always put their neck out there for the country. And, she only had 3 weeks, and she turned out a lot of people in those 3 weeks. And it does speak to her strength as a stateswoman and her legacy, as she was the interim opposition leader right after 2017 election. She will go down in history with her sister.
Yeah. Kim Wilson is a final as well. 408 to Kim, 100 for Dean, and 42 for Garrett.
Right, and Eugene.
So that's
and
so the FDM is not having any impact at all in terms of taking seats. It's just getting votes at this stage, and where the numbers are, I don't see it pulling back some of these numbers.
But you're talking about FDM having more than double the numbers of OBA, which is staggering.
Yes, yeah.
Larry, I
I
wanted to
accept
get
that.
back to this notion that I started with Mark being. I
Mhm.
think he deserves some time. He has taken the time
Yes.
out to run and to have a party. How do
Mhm.
you think his relationship or perceived the perceptions of his relationship are going to play out tomorrow and the days following? Will this be, how will he avoid whatever happens tomorrow not be about him and any grievances that he may have with the party, letting his ideas, as was mentioned by
Mhm.
Peter, the new ideas, the fresh ideas, how will they come out so that people can see
Well,
more of that?
I think it depends on how the PLP react to him. The PLP is going to be cock a hoot in the position that they're in now, and they may well use the argument that you see, Mark, you were angry with David, but you didn't win anything. It didn't get you anything, and they're not appreciating that there is a movement. I don't think that Mark is angry at David. I think his ideas are just simply different, and
Hmm.
that's if there's anything at all in the relationship is that the ideas are different.
Hmm.
And my concern is that we're still at a stage, as I said earlier, of identity politics. That's what the PLP ran on. They've said that there were two Bermudas, and they've proven that there are still two Bermudas. Their base is out. There's a frustration level in everyone else, and they haven't participated. Now, how does he pull that together to deal with what Craig opened up this show with? How do we get this everybody under the tent to move the country forward?
And can I add to your
And this is despite some of the real bad press or negative press, not bad press, negative press that has been printed about the premier
yeah.
in his handling of
Hmm.
affairs. Right?
Hmm. Hmm.
They may think the Royal Gazette doesn't like them, but some of the printing is factual, and the basis said, "Damn you, thumb your nose at the Royal Gazette run on Parlerville Road. We're going to do just as we want."
Yeah.
And that's where Bermuda is. Will the premier now say, well, back to normal, we're heading straight ahead?
And
And
to add to
go
your point
ahead.
about Mark Bean and David Byrd,
Mhm.
you have to say that this election has shown that there are ideological differences within
Yes.
the PLP.
Yes. Yeah.
And that has come to the forefront. We've been talking about it behind the scenes for years
Mhm.
because there's a movement of young people, there's a movement of young capitalists within the Labour Party that is
Mhm.
changing the ideology of the PLP day by day.
Day
And a
by
lot
day.
of
Yeah.
PLP supporters and people that are within the party who are former leaders are
Mhm.
struggling with that ideological shift within the party when it comes to leadership.
And the
And
other thing, the other thing, I mean, Mark has appealed to the business community. The premier is still, in large measure, at odds with the business community. He's trying to create his own new mercantile entity with foreign investment from overseas. He's not going back to the typical Bermuda business to be inviting to them. Frankly, he's look what he's trying to do with the Corporation of Hamilton. He's in fact set out to take it over if he can, and that's says a lot about how he feels towards the merchant community of Hamilton.
We've got three more finals to call.
Yep.
Count is still 10, OBA 2, Consistency 1, St. George's North. Renee Ming has been declared
Retired, yeah.
by parliamentary registry with 447 votes, and James Perry 149.
Mm-hmm.
And then as we go down here, Paget East, Consistency 22, Scott Pierman of the OBA with 363 votes, beating Curtis Richardson of the PLP 262, just a 100 vote margin of victory there, which if you would have told people 2 elections ago that the PLP would only be 100 votes behind the OBA in that constituency, would probably they never would have believed you. And then in constituency 33, Jamal Simmons, 381 votes. Christina Thorne for the FDM, 169.
Mm-hmm.
So again, 10 seats for the PLP, 2 for the OBA, 0 for the FDM and independents.
Can we go to seat 31 where it looks on the third count that Crystal Caesar is ahead of Ben Smith by 8
Yes.
votes?
Right.
With that likely going to be a recount.
That's close. That's going to be a recount.
And you're seeing when we were talking about political strategies, we were talking about campaign ads. There was a heavy push for 30 and 31. Leah Scott and Ben Smith were front and center the whole entire election, which was never a good thing because why were you focusing on seats you were trying to retain? But there was obviously something within those constituencies that were telling the OBA to focus on them, and it hasn't paid off.
Well, do you think that the damage was done when they did that campaign?
Final in 36. Kathy Lynn Simmons says,
Kathy is the next MP for 36.
But do you think
but to go back to your point, Don,
back to
100%, that video is how OBA started their campaign. And I believe we will go back to that video for a lifetime because that was the shot in the foot for the OBA. They started that campaign and they talked about this birther movement with David Byrd, and that shut down the whole entire any excitement within the OBA. Like, what was going on? What was people thinking? What was the purpose of that video? You know, David Byrd put out a video about him leading the country, and OBA's first video was David Byrd's not born in this country. It's absurd.
When and Larry, when you guys saw that video of Ben Smith and Leah Scott sitting around the table talking, like having their lunch and things, how did that strike you?
Well, I drew an immediate comparison. I remembered when when the PLP won the last election and had the celebration at Hamilton Princess, and what was the movie that was trending at the time? The black movie that was trending at the time.
Black Panther?
Oh, no, was it Black Panther? No, not that one. It wasn't Black Panther. It was the other one. And there were some pretty shoddy things said about the premier and the people that he had gotten around him. We had gone right back to that old anti-West Indian sentiment because there were so many people from the Caribbean who were in attendance. And I remember saying, wow, the party is imploding if you've gone back to that. And so when I heard the PLP attacking Leah, I said, well, God, that's exactly what you did to your premier. Wakanda was the movie.
But yeah, Black Panther.
Black Panther.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, it was. But yeah, Black Panther. And so I said that's a bit of a contradiction. Mark Bean has said constantly there are too many contradictions like that between the two parties in any event because it's just a game of picking at one another and people forgetting what they had done themselves. But that was I thought it was an insult to David. Those were the supporters that had come out to support him. We have a significant Caribbean heritage here, but people were saying it's very like his parents' home, very West Indian.
And I think it goes to the point too, like especially Claudette, right? We don't have a constitution in the sense that our president / premier has to be born in this country.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We don't have that. A lot of countries do not have that. Boris Johnson is the UK Prime Minister. He was born in New York. So even if it was true, it still wouldn't matter. And we know it's not true. We know that he was born in this country.
Yeah. But
to push that with the sentiment that people already think OBA is the Trumponian party, it was just a bad move.
Yeah, but let me be clear. I mean, I thought it was a nonsense that Leah and Ben would have done that. But that is the race politics that Mark has said, hey, look, please, let's move away from that when we start doing that to ourselves as a people. And I'm afraid, I mean, that this election has indicated, well, we can go back to that.
But I will say this, right, is that this was before FDM.
Yes, that's right.
Mark Bean said in an interview, which I totally believe, we did not have, after that video, we did not have this racial campaign from PLP and OBA. And Mark is 100% correct in the sense that his movement, his third option that was presented to the public, eliminated that type of talk.
Yes, it did.
Because it became about policy.
Yeah, yeah.
This is what is healthy, right? This is where we should be moving as a country.
And so for our long-term strategy, I think that's what is going to be promoted. It was always a short game and a long game for the FDM. We had hoped that we could have some inroads to say, well, look, they're there. They actually are in the House and they could contribute to debate. But now they're going to have to start from a different position and make a difference. It could be by-elections coming up. I don't know.
We've been talking about the strategy being all about the premier for both parties. They're in the third count, and the premier, David Burt, has 404 votes. Nick Kemp for the OBA 87, and Edna Matthews for the FDM 20. So that would give the premier almost 80% of the vote there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an unbelievable lead.
Yeah.
And for him, I mean, even though I'm sure Nick Kemp was the last edition, and I'm sure he didn't campaign as hard as he normally would, it does still speak to the premier and his base. That's his home.
Yes, that's his home.
And his home backed him tonight.
Right. Consistency 3, St. David is now a final. They only had 2 counts. Edwin Cannonier of the OBA, 94 votes. Levita Fogo of the PLP, 500 votes. And that's about 84% of the vote there. And that used to be OBA's seat just 2 elections ago.
Not in 3.
That was another grassroots relational.
Levita's been there for...
Yeah, she's been a couple of elections.
I thought Suzanne was there.
It's number 4 with Suzanne Roberts-Holshouser, who used to be deputy speaker. That was number 4 in Tenay.
Yeah.
Which at the moment is Tenay's 440 on the third count, and Kimberly Pitcher 160. So a wide margin of 280 votes.
And that goes back to the relationship that Tenay has built within 4. She's consolidated what she's been able to do in 2017. And from what I've heard, she is out there on the doorstep. She's in constant contact with her constituents. And she's going to be a hard person. You have to send somebody in there October 2nd if you want to try to win that seat from Tenay Ferber.
And in Consistency 5, they're on their third count as well, almost. We have all 30 of the 36 constituencies are either final or on their third counts at this point. Derek Burgess, 447 votes. Desmond Crockwell of the FDM, 111. And Elizabeth Harvey Deacon of the OBA, 86.
Yeah, well, and Desmond, I mean, who would have thought 111? There again, there's outliers. Those are the people that you really got to focus on in that get out the vote move, you know, because they're there and they are feeling somewhat disenfranchised from the whole process.
Right. As I know, as a constituent for 5, when Miss Harvey showed up at my door, you know, not seeing an OBA representative, I want to say since 2007 or 12. When was the last time Peter Barrett ran here?
Peter Barrett ran in 2017 and in 2012.
I think it was 2012. He came by the house.
They've called 8. That's Cole Simons.
And the count right now is PLP 14 seats, OBA 4.
Well,
okay. So in the day after now,
yes.
I'm a bit younger than Don and Larry, you and I, Justin. So in the day after, because I'm thinking of Sir John, and when he enjoyed, enjoyed, that's the operative word, a large cabinet. It wasn't so enjoyable, and I was a child then.
It wasn't, you know, that's right.
It's not so enjoyable.
There was a reaction.
Doggone work.
We are
Uh,
talking about a backbench that's bigger than the cabinet.
That's right.
And a backbench you got to keep your eyes on.
That's
And
right.
not to
Yeah.
mention, if they get disenfranchised and want to join it and join up with, murmurings with some other people who are not on the team necessarily,
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
will
Yeah.
be work for Premier Burt. His cabinet, it would be understandable if it got smaller, but then maybe Machiavellian style, it shouldn't.
We
Because you
have a
want
final count for
people as close as
constituency
possible.
19,
As well.
Go ahead.
and we have another OBA seat that's lost.
19.
Yeah,
Adams for the PLP has won with
Yes.
263 votes.
Yes,
Can you
Martin
repeat
Jones
that?
is lowest, yeah.
Constituency 19 that used to
I'm
be
surprised at
Atherton.
that. I'm really
Okay.
surprised at that.
Okay.
Yeah, part of the thing too is like when I was talking to people beforehand, nobody was listing 19 as a possible swing seat.
I mean, I know full well that that Jason Hayward made inroads within 19, and Jason Hayward was acclimated at this election. So I'm pretty sure that Jason Hayward was in constituency 19 helping Joshay, even though Joshay does not need help on his own. He is quite a formidable candidate.
Yeah.
Right.
And I believe
Justin,
that
just help me out, Justin.
Sure.
Joshay is Irvin Adley's son.
I'm not too sure.
No, that's Adams.
I'm not too sure. No, it's on the other side.
What is Adams's connection with
Gene
Pembroke
Atherton?
West? Yeah. What is his connection with Pembroke West?
I believe he's Gene Atherton's nephew.
Now, here's the thing.
On the other side of her family.
On the other side, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, Justin, I would you say it's fair to say that we are looking at some OBA apathy here? Because when you think of when Gene
100%.
Atherton, when Gene Atherton went up against her brother, Irwin Adley,
Yes.
and I think he was an independent at the time, he did not garner the vote,
No,
even though he had run before.
yeah.
So
This is a bit incestuous. You know, sorry.
no, sometimes, and you know this, Larry. Politics is in families, it's in the blood.
Yeah.
That's the Bermuda way. But I think what this trend that we're seeing is a disillusionment with the opposition.
Yes, yeah.
But it's a disillusionment with the new people that the OBA has put out.
Okay.
People. Craig Cannonier put that out there that this is a new party. These are my new people. This is what the future of my OBA looks like. And people say we don't want that.
So is then this a referendum on Craig Cannonier?
It could be. I mean,
it could be for OBA supporters.
Yes. Yeah.
For OBA supporters, it could be.
Yes.
Because in 2017, it was another OBA support that didn't come out. And that's what the story told to the OBA, was that you are getting disconnected with your own supporters, not just even the public, not just the swing voter, but you're losing your base. And unless we repair that, then you can't even begin to talk about the swing vote.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because so far that you've lost, the OBA have lost 3 seats tonight with no pickups. And in some places, the vote numbers, like if you look at constituency 34, the OBA candidate Nikki Correct got 7.8.3% of the vote.
And I apologize, Don, because I said 9, thinking that we were going to get 25.
Right.
So we're talking about 8. We're talking about 8 OBA seats to 28. 28 to 8. You have a cabinet that's usually about 11 members. You're going to have 17 people outside of the cabinet. You're going to, frankly, have 2 opposition parties, and the backbench is going to be bigger than the OBA.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I'm saying is if this is a referendum on Craig Cannonier, is he going to be the party leader next week? It's too hot to handle.
You don't have to answer that.
I won't say it's too hot to handle. I will say that I'm definitely going to watch my tongue on that. I will not speak before the MPs. There's going to be 8 MPs tomorrow, and it is their decision in the short term on who they choose to be their leader within the opposition. the official opposition, the loyal opposition of this country, and they have to set forth somebody to say to the governor that this is our leader. And they will have to have a discussion about whether Craig Cananer is that person. And I'm sure there will be a vote which says this is what the majority of the MPs support as leader. Whether Craig Cananer wins that vote or not, that is to be seen.
Well, what if they end up with 8 votes or 8 constituencies, and it ends up 4? Let's say somebody decides they're going to challenge it, ends up 4-4. How's that tie broken?
Well, I don't think we're not going to see any FDM wins here tonight.
No.
Well, I meant amongst picking
the MPs.
Yeah, amongst the OBA MPs. If that's a big if they decide they don't want to follow that leadership anymore.
I mean, you have Leah Scott and Ben Smith, who some people would say is in Craig Cananer's corner. He's lost the support there. We're really starting to go into the territory of who's there and who's going to support who. You have Suzanne Jackson, you have Scott Pearman, you have Craig Cananer, you have Michael Dunkley,
Vic Ball.
So who are those people going to choose? I don't know. If it comes 4-4, is it a coin toss? I am not sure. I'm not going to be in the room. But those 8 that are in the room someone will have to come up with 5.
Yeah.
Claudette and Larry, do you want to weigh in on whether or not?
No, I mean, Justin, you're in an awkward position, and I don't know whether I want to be handing out advice to the OBA. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get Mark up in 36, and I'm also disappointed that we're not going to get any. That would have helped our long game. It just makes the task a little harder, and people will determine how really keen we are to, in fact, be involved in this. And so we'll have to wait and see. Justin, you'll have to.
I mean, listen, right? I got into the One Bermuda Alliance in 2017. I wasn't afraid of going into a party that just lost an election. Mm-hmm. I didn't go there because it was a popularity contest. I went there because I knew that there was hard work that needed to be done to rebuild that party. I didn't become chairman until 2018, a month and a half before I was asked to resign. Because behind the scenes, there was a vote of no confidence against me, and there was a successful vote of confidence against Jean after them. And I hadn't even begun work. I would have had candidates there starting to canvass in 2018. I would have had 36 people for a snap election because I knew there was going to be a snap election. I knew David Brett was going to call an election before he ever made a decision on middle schools for sure, before he even closed the middle school, because that is the type of politics that we're playing with. And for you not to have, you only had 31 people. For some people, I mean, let's face it, within the World Gazette, James Perry said he was picked the night before. Suzanne Roberts Holtzhausen called him the night before. So that spoke to the apathy within OBA for candidates.
Right.
And that's what we really have to focus, is that the base, the support, the membership is crying out for something different. They're crying out for something new. They're crying out for something that Dean Atherton and myself were trying to build behind the scenes. Dean Atherton was never going to run in the next general election. He was trying to rebuild an organization that was fledgling. She was trying to rebuild branches. She was trying to rebuild regions. That was the work that needed to have happened behind the scenes. But that work was never done. And this is the results. And it's frustrating for me as a supporter. It's frustrating for me as a voter, a Bermudian, because I believe that people didn't have that option. I believe a serious option for the public was taken away from them because OBA was not ready or prepared.
Yeah. The parliamentary register at the moment has the PLP at 20 seats. You only need 19 to form the government. They have the OBA at 5, so there's still 11 seats to be called.
Yeah.
So we can officially say that they are a government now.
Yeah.
No surprise, but pop a bottle of champagne over at Alaska Hole.
Don, I would say, in answer to your question, politicians, they're in many cases they have more lies than cats. You can't say whether they're down or out. There's always an opportunity to come back. I think the lesson here is look at how long it took the PLP to win the government in this country. If you want to make that type of substantive change, then you have to be in it um, for the long haul, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that will let the electorate know, how dedicated and serious you are about representing them. So, I don't think that anyone has to be out if they are committed to work in the long haul. The other thing I would say is, you asked me about the commercials, and the commercials were annoying to me. So I'm trying to do my meditations and on pops these annoying commercials.
Negative
So
commercials.
I didn't pay attention to a whole lot of them. So I didn't really, and the Bertha one I did not focus on at all. So I couldn't really tell you what happened, although I did get the general sentiment. But I know how I felt about them, and at least with well, first of all, the FDM didn't have any, and that was always
Yeah.
kind of annoying to me because I felt like I didn't really get to know who they were, other than I had to read it through the paper and other people's lenses. But I found that there were rarely any positive messages coming out of the OBA.
And,
Um,
and
and that was, I think, that is something that they perhaps want to rethink, because we get it. You have to point out the flaws, but you also remember there's a saying that people won't remember what you did for them. They'll remember how what you did for them made them feel. And if you're building
Uh-huh.
up in me a feeling, every time I see you, your logo, and I'm emotionally connecting to you in that way, then I'm turned off. And so that's perhaps a strategy that they want to reconsider
Right.
next time around.
and can I say this, Claudette? We're talking about just politics, right? There is only one person that I know in recent memory who has won an election over negativity, and that's Donald Trump. And he didn't even win the popular vote. So that strategy, to me, it doesn't work anywhere. To have a campaign that is solely negative and attacking is not going to work, because at the end of the day, it's been proven between political strategies that usually the people that become the government are the ones that are proposing a vision for the future and providing hope or providing change, or it's always a positive connotation to somebody winning an election. And I just think it was a major misstep to say, okay, you could have had one or two ads against David Bart, but to never propose that vision for the country, to never propose what are we going to do as a government if we are elected, that's the downfall.
The OBA have lost another seat.
Wow.
Constituency 7 has been declared. Anthony Richardson of the PLP has taken it, 285 to Robin Tucker of the OBA, 240 with Cheryl Patrick at the FDM, 71. And
I'm really surprised at Cheryl. Yeah. So surprised at her caliber as a woman to have not had any appeal in that constituency.
Part of the thing is I asked her when she was on Bernie's News and Views earlier why she wasn't running in 2, because it seemed like it'd be a much stronger.
Because she's a St. George's girl, yeah.
Yeah, and I know like Dwayne Smith's from St. George's as well, but it seemed like she would have been a stronger candidate there.
But can I say this, Don?
Yeah.
In 2017, Anthony Richardson got 465 votes. In 2020, a low turnout, he got 420. Just 45 votes short of his 2017 number, right? So in an election where we had a 30% voter decline, he only declined by 10%. So that means that his relationships that he consolidated from 2017 worked. And we go back to the conversation about relationships and building those relationships.
Right. And even with that, even with 3 candidates there, he still managed to eke out over 50%.
Yep.
Yeah. Clearly, there's a relationship that Cannoneer has with his constituency.
So,
He's 391. Did you call this one already?
Cannoneer?
Yeah.
12?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're at now 22 seats for the PLP and 6 for the OBA.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I know some people were predicting the pickup for the PLP, some of the general mood, and then the FDM was involved, and then people were worried about the low turnout today. But it appears to be like the PLP got their people out.
Yeah, without doubt. Yeah.
Interesting.
As Claudette called it from the beginning, the green machine is a pretty powerful machine. Yeah.
A part of the thing too is, like, I read an article from a college professor.
Can I say this, Don? Just real quick. We were talking about 8 seats to OBA. It looks now like they're going to get 7.
7, right? So that's a loss of 5 seats from the last general election,
which is astounding. It's almost half their seats.
And the previous general election, they lost 7 seats. So they've now lost 12 seats in 2 elections. But I read an interesting article by a U.S. university professor who at least in the United States, and I think that holds true here as well, that there are no really swing voters. It's just who you get out to vote for. You get your people out to vote and energizing them. There's not like 20% of the electorate will switch. It's like either you get your people out and they get out and they vote for you, or you don't get them out, and that's why seats flip.
Yeah, I mean, in political strategy, they always say that if you have a 2-party system, you have a 30% base on each side and 40% in the middle. And every single party is just trying to get their base out. And then number 2, try to split, obviously get a majority of those swing voters in the 40%.
I just want to recap which seats we're still waiting on. Consistency 4, St. George's South. It's had its 3rd count. Tanae Ferbert, 440. Kimberly Pitcher, 160. Consistency 13. We haven't mentioned this all night, but Charles Batson Swan of the OBA, 175. Lisa Darrell Augustus of the FDM, 55. And Diala Rebane, the Education Minister of the PLP, 363. In consistency 14, Wayne Keynes, 348. Catherine Kemp, 166. Going further down, consistency 24, David William Birch, an independent candidate, 8. Lawrence Scott holds on to this, or appears to have held on to the seat with 398, and Tariq Smith, 194. 27, Colonel David Birch, the PLP, 393. Douglas DeCudo of the OBA, 152. Collinwood Robinson of the FDM, 43. Maria Seaman, 22, and Antoine Rayner, 11. Consistency 29, Zane De Silva, 452. Another seat we haven't talked about tonight, but Zane De Silva, 452. Laquan Scott, 67. Crystal Caesar in 31, 322. And Ben Smith, 314. So that's probably gone to a recount. And 35, Dennis Lister, senior, 385. Keanu Saltis of the FDM, 80. And Michael Can of the OBA, 77. And Norris Brangman, an independent candidate, 2. So that's another seat that looks like the FDM will come in second with the OBA 3rd.
So you speak about relationships, Justins, and it just reminds me of, I called a relative very close to me this week or last week, and I said, what are you doing? He says, well, a bunch of us guys are out about to play a soccer game with Wayne Keynes. Yeah, that was the strategy to go play soccer.
And the video that came out of that.
And I think it's not the first time that he's done it. So there is also that level of creativity that has to take place. I could imagine that it was difficult with the coronavirus and so on in
Yeah.
doing your traditional on the doorstep, spiel. So
Mhm.
there will be, there is that level of creativity and connectivity that you'll have to,
But I
develop.
mean, nothing separates uh, where you grew up, right?
Mm-hmm. That's
I mean, Dwayne. I mean, Wayne Keynes didn't have to do the football match in order to win. That's just something that he keeps connected to. But it's obviously natural to him because he was brought up in that area.
Yeah. But
And
that same constituency now, I think, voted OBA election previous.
but that
So
was because of Paula Cox.
mhm, that's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah, and I think too, I predicted that there was a bit of sympathy for Mr. Keynes when he was dispelled from cabinet, so that would come. People wanted to make sure that he didn't exactly disappear as well, because irrespective of how he went out, he also was seen to do a good job during the height of the shelter in place.
Mhm.
And if we're talking about a brand, the Keynes brothers, that brand,
Yes.
that's number two against
Hmm.
David, right? David
Hmm.
Barty is the number one brand in Bermuda right now, and the Keynes brothers are still up there.
Hmm.
Well, I know when I've been doing some social media marketing for people, um, knowing just how popular they are in social media, doing some guerrilla marketing by using them to promote the business that I was working for, proved hugely successful because they are, they're that brand, and they're high in the social media clout rankings as well. So, uh, people like them. They relate to their story and how they've overcome. They weren't necessarily uh, the best boys at time while growing up, but that they matured. They've learned their lessons, and gotten better from the mistakes that they've made.
Hmm.
Exactly, and I think it goes to the controversies that he had in the last 3 years, right? Excuse my French, but the titty milk situation, and when it came to the situation with COVID, he's had adversities, but the thing about the Keynes brothers is because people know their character, those adversities don't seem to affect them because people
Teflon.
know where their heart is.
Yeah,
People know what
a bit of Teflon.
there is a Teflon when it comes to their
Yeah.
brand because
Hmm. Hmm.
you know we can say there's slip ups. We all have slip ups in our lives,
Hmm.
and some people in political history, like Beckgate with Craig Cannonier,
Yeah.
those would be the death sentence.
Hmm.
But because people have that Teflon, some situations don't affect their actual character, and they don't affect the long term of their political careers. And some do. It all depends on what the situation is.
But I'd like to point out at this point, we've got 7 seats left. It's 23, uh,
Um,
6, and all 6 seats that are left or 7 seats that are left to be called are all being led by the PLP.
and can we say that Ben Smith officially lost his constituency? So we will only have 6 OBA members.
Wow, incredible!
Incredible. Yeah.
So
Absolutely
from 2017, let's not talk about the by-election, not just because of me, but in 2017 they've gone from 12 to 6.
Just that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and going back
I'm
to
concerned about the majority, though. I'm concerned about the majority, but that's the public wish in this one. Quite despite the fact that this.
Sorry,
Say again?
I did have an PLP MP tell me today when I was visiting the consistency that person was running in, that they were worried about winning too many seats because they were worried about the concerns that you guys have expressed about the backbench being too large, and
Yes.
some people being concerned, like they've been party faithful and they've been a good soldier on the back bench for maybe 2 terms, and they're itching to get in cabinet.
I was
And
talking to a good bishop
of mine. I was having breakfast at a venue in Southampton, and he said he preached to his congregants about the possibility of too large a majority by the government. That is a concern that I think is real. It may have a negative effect on David, but it ought to be a concern for the country. Then you have that, and I go back to what Mark said. The PLP's strategy has been identity politics, and their supporters like that. Thank you very much.
But on the upside, Larry, what it also means is that you don't usually hold that type of a majority for 2 and 3, consecutive
Elections.
election cycles. So that
Yes,
means
right.
that, more than likely, at the very least,
Something's
the
gonna change.
FDM, they could be the FDM could be the next opposition at the very least.
Yes.
So
Something
again,
will happen.
that's right. The work for these other groups starts tomorrow. The
Yeah,
work,
absolutely.
that's all that.
I get that. I get
Yeah.
that. Yeah, and it's something to work towards. It's something to get one's teeth in.
Mhm.
But let's go right back to Craig Simmons. How it was rather depressing. However, what has to be fixed between now and 2023? What's facing us is pretty dire. And David could simply say, "I'm going to keep going in that direction." But what happens if we keep going in that direction and we are not got the immigration thing fixed, so that we've got people here that we've not got the business community on the same reservation as the rest of us? It could really be dire. I mean, he could be forced with having a vote of no confidence in him because of just the direness of the economy. That's what we're facing right now. I mean, I don't know how we escape that.
It's
I'm
possible,
fearful of that.
but will not the
Yeah.
electorate again do its job? I
Yes,
recall people
yes, it
locking
will.
their
Yeah.
arms around Parliament when certain immigration policies were,
Yeah.
being proposed. A very effective strategy to stop and halt those policies. So,
If, however, if our economy goes any further south and our ratings are affected, it is long decades pulling ourselves back from that while we play either identity politics or David has proven that he's a shrewd strategist in calling elections while the OBA is in disarray. At the end of the day, if the economy goes south, hey, people begin to pull out, and the remnants of what we have begin to pull out.
Now, I did have somebody say earlier, and it might have been Craig on a different occasion, but was saying or suggesting that you've got 5 years. The economy's not going to be very good. You make all the tough decisions over the next 12 months and get them out of the
Yes.
way before the next election. What do you guys think about that?
You can't do that with 6 seats.
Yeah.
They are going to be drowned out
Yes.
in the parliament every single session. The thing about the opposition is that you build on what you have within the House. That is your base. And then you add to that new candidates, right? You're going to have to add 30 new faces in the next election. Because you only have 6. You have to introduce 30. They don't have candidates, people, but there will be 30 people that don't have a spotlight because they don't have a seat in parliament. And you only get 3 senators as an opposition. So you only have 9 people to showcase to Bermuda, this is our people.
Yeah. And the PLP will be cock-a-hoot with this new status.
Because you have 30 MPs,
they're going to be cock-a-hoot.
5 senators, you're going to have 35 people within government, within the legislature.
Right. So there were 6 candidates that lost today for the PLP. 5 of them could be senators. I mean, they may decide to pick somebody else, but potentially you have 35 of your 36 candidates in the government.
So who's that one person that might not be chosen out of the 36?
Maybe a good soldier who ran in a constituency that was obviously going to go to the OBA.
How's Mr. Darrell doing? Mr. Darrell, Owen Darrell.
I think he's going to see his promotion. He'll probably be in the
Yes.
Senate.
He'll be in the Senate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's worked very well with the premier.
He
And
has.
the staff and helped them, especially like during the COVID crisis. He's incremental to the premier. Yeah,
Yeah.
going to the OBA, the six appears to like the six people they will have representing them in the House of Assembly is the current opposition leader Craig Cannoneer, Susan Jackson, uh, Michael Dunkley, Cole Simons, Vic Ball, and Scott Pierman.
To be a fly in that six's side.
Yeah, well, Michael Dunkley is an interesting character because sometimes you don't know if he's actually a part of the OBA or he's an independent within the OBA. So, and it's kind of too seasoned and distinguished to be kind of told what to do. So,
Yeah.
and perhaps also Mr. Cannoneer again has his work cut out for him. Even
yeah.
this is not a weak in their own right, although there may be six of them. These are very strong personalities here.
And I think that we have to say this is that the three people in my eyes who might challenge Craig is Michael, Vic, or Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And even that might be too much.
Mm-hmm.
And you might just have Michael or Vic that might challenge Craig.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see, do they keep Craig and they just keep chucking along until the party heals itself? Or do they say, this is the result and, this is your payment?
Yeah. Part of the thing, I'm just looking at the numbers, and I'm just spitballing them, but it looks like Michael Dunkley was the only candidate of those six who actually increased his percentage of vote total from 2017.
Yeah.
And see, that is the thing about Michael Dunkley. And I think a lot of people within the 2017 election said that it was Michael Dunkley who lost the 2017 election. But this result shows you that within his local politics, people have a lot of faith in him.
Yes.
And, can he translate that nationally?
I don't know, Justin. I think Michael Dunkley is definitely a long haul politician. He's lost before, and painfully so, but he's kept in there, and I think people get rewarded for sticking to the wicket. They get rewarded for that, and they get rewarded irrespective of what party they are in. Look at Wayne Farbett. Wayne Farbett crossed the line and took everybody with him. I think it's the only one that's done that.
Yeah.
Right?
Dame Jennifer did the same thing.
And he took people with him when he ran for UBP too.
Okay. Who did the same thing, Larry?
Dame Jennifer.
Okay, Dame Jennifer. These are people who are stick to the wicked people. The Bermudian populace likes this. Take note.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Right. Part of the thing too is like all six of them are going to be very busy because they'll have to be dividing up many
shadow ministries.
Shadow cabinets.
Yeah.
And there's no room for a backbench within the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
It's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
At the very least, tomorrow the OBA is going to have a new shadow deputy or opposition deputy. So, and that's going to be an interesting choice as well. And Susan Jackson is currently serving as the whip. So half of them are going to be in those three positions.
Yeah, and I will say this, within the Bermuda Constitution, there is no deputy opposition leader.
Right.
So there is a deputy party leader. But there is no rush to select a deputy because it is not a constitutional position. Within the government, you have the premier and the deputy premier, 2 constitutional seats.
We're now, PLP have now won 27 seats to the OBA 6. So we just have 3 outstanding right now. Constituency 4, St. George's South, where third count has Tanae Ferbert at 440 and Kimberly Pitcher at 160. So I'm not really sure. And it's been that way for quite a bit. And there's a wide margin there. So it must be some sort of snafu. And constituency 24, Lawrence Scott with 398 for the PLP, and Tariq Smith 194. So that's exactly double, not quite double the vote, plus 10.
Yeah.
And
Famous.
well, no.
Can I say something about constituency 24?
Sure.
I will toot my own horn, and I will like to congratulate my person that ran, Tariq Smith. He ran a very good campaign. But I will say on every single door that we knocked on, Craig Cannonair was the #1 issue. And I obviously didn't say that before because I didn't know which way this was going to go. But on every single door, that was an issue. And your leader shouldn't be an issue. You know, we should be talking about education. We should be talking about the economy. We should be talking about policies. And I think Tariq Smith within constituency 24 was a little bit underserved, like everybody else within the OBA that ran, because their leader became an issue, and you never want that within a parliamentary system.
The third one that's still left to be called, and really probably no question about it, Zane De Silva, the PLP, with 452, Daquan Scott of the OBA with 67. So Mr. De Silva has about 85% of the vote there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and actually one of those two seats that I was just talking about was just called, and that was constituency 4. Renee Ferbert for the PLP returns her seat with 74.6% of the vote, with 655 votes, and Kimberly Pitcher of the OBA, 223 votes, or 25.4%. And now it's I'm sure, like at Alaska Hall, there's a big party going on.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah.
The interesting thing, I guess, tomorrow is getting going up to the governor and getting sworn back in. Will people retain their cabinet ministry slots, or will there be a chance for a fresh face to come in somewhere? We have several people who've done what the general public would give a lot of credit to over the last 6 or 7 months, and especially like the health minister, Kim Wilson. Just singing her praises, keeping compared to the rest of the world, keeping the number of deaths in Bermuda low at 9, which we've been at for at least 5 months, I believe. And a lot of people are singing the new national security minister's praise for Renee.
Don, we have huge breaking news, right? The third count and the final results are different. On the election board, Vance Campbell actually won Smith's West.
Wow.
If you click on the final results, he beat Vic Ball.
Okay.
Oh, so now it's down to 5 seats.
Yes.
Yeah, I see that. It says 432 for Vance Campbell, which is 51.74% of the vote, and 403 votes for Vic Ball, 48.26. So the parliamentary register site didn't record that correctly.
No.
So now it's going to be 31-5. So everybody who ran this election for the PLP, if they're all put into the Senate, could have a position.
Unbelievable.
It makes it simple.
Yeah.
How are we doing in terms of history, Don? Is this a new precedent, or?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Well, even when the PLP went down to, was it
7 in 1985?
There were 2 NLP, I believe, right?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So that's 9 seats out of 40, which 22 and a half % of the seats in Parliament, because it was 40 seats back then, were the opposition, and now at 5 out of 36, that's less than 16%. So this will be an all-time low for opposition numbers.
Wow.
And I mean, we have to talk about the asterisks in the room, right? After 2003, we got the 36 seats and the single vote, single person, single vote. I am hoping that this never happens again. A 31 seat majority, but this is going to go down in history as probably the biggest government win ever.
Well, yeah, like I just said, the percentage-wise, it's going to be less than 16% of the seats the opposition, the OBA, will hold.
Mhm.
Now, saying now it's down to 5 seats, how does that differ for Craig Cannonier's position when we were talking about 9 or 8?
The table's still very small.
Yeah.
They have to really have to sit there and say, I think there might not be that move tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I think the election results indicate that there should be, but I think they have to think long and hard about the future of the OBA, and the biggest decision is the leader. The biggest decision is who are you going to put out there and say, in the interim, this is our leader, but at the same time, if they don't pick wisely, then people are going to write off the OBA before they even breathe on October the 2nd.
Right. So we've got the saying the official count on the main parliamentary page has the PLP at 28 seats, and the OBA has won 6. But if you the contradiction here is, like, if you go and look at the percentage and the actual numbers, they have it for the PLP's Vance Campbell. So that needs to get cleared up. And we've seen in the past, there's been a few bobbles on the parliamentary website. Was it 2012? They had Kim Wilson losing, or I think it was, or they had Kim as an OBA candidate. So
yeah, and I think too, Don, right? I mean, we were looking at just the third count, but remember how I said the third count is not the end. There's a fourth count on the final result sometimes, right?
Right.
That if you don't click on it, you might not see what's happened.
Right. Yeah. It's stunning.
It's
really
stunning. Yeah.
It's shocking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm definitely lost for words. I think it was going to be a hard night for the OBA, and I thought that because of David's email at 4 p.m., it was indicative of a closer race.
Mm-hmm.
But tonight had shown it wasn't that close.
Yeah, I see. We're going to
majority.
Alaska Hall here in a moment, so just to let everybody know. Hopefully, I'll get the signal saying that we're going to go there. I imagine. Yeah, even though there was supposed to be no celebration on Court Street, I imagine, like, with a margin of victory like this, there's no way that you can't enjoy. So the Parliamentary Register website has 36 seats called, 30 to 6. Again, this is one caveat. Vic Ball's seat that he ran to replace Trevor Monis.
You know what? We did forget about Jarian. Don.
Oh, that's right.
23.
Okay, right. So there we go. There's our sixth seat.
Okay.
See.
Yeah. So
So
Jerry,
what's that percentage? Out of 46,000 registered voters, 25,000 voted this time.
Half of that is 23.
Yeah.
So just about half.
Yeah.
52%, 54%.
54%. Yeah, that's the turnout. Yeah.
So, I mean, what we're talking about, I mean, one of the things on the OBA platform was proportional representation, right? And that would have benefited the OBA because they would have got 9 seats in a proportional representation system. So we were talking about 6 seats. We only have 1 new face. That's Darian Richardson in constituency 23 that formerly used to be Patricia Gordon Pamplin's seat.
Yes.
So we do congratulate him. He's a new member of parliament. And he's part of that 6 that will make that decision tomorrow of where the OBA is heading.
I'd also like to point out in 2017, there were 34,000 votes cast approximately. And this election, there appears to be
25.
about 25,000, yes.
And that's about the 30% decrease that we were saying.
Call it 26,000 cast.
And the PLP retained their votes. They retained their base. The vote numbers are about the same there. Sorry, let me rephrase that. They lost about 4,000 votes, but the OBA lost considerably more. And the FDM, in its first showing, got 1,384 votes. Larry, what do you think about that number?
Well, what we thought we could achieve, we didn't achieve. Clearly, right? It didn't impact at all. It just didn't have the kind of oomph that certainly the media was hoping for, or even that Facebook was social media was hoping for. And people were thinking that there would be some kind of impact. It didn't have it, you know. And so we now have to resort to the long game itself, of in fact getting back out on the doorstep and meeting the voters, thanking them first of all for having given us an opportunity in this short notice or short election call, and go again. A day is a long time in politics. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what the backbench of the PLP will get up to in 6 months' time. So we've got work to do. So when we leave here, I'll go down and talk to Mark and talk to the others, and then see, and probably a statement of some kind will be made tomorrow.
Right. Is there any consolation for, as we get ready to wrap up, I guess, is there any consolation for the FDM that they finished second in some of the 3-way races?
Well, clearly, I mean, they've made headway, right? But the PLP have in fact got a wonderful machine. They got their vote out, and we couldn't inspire enough of the other votes to in fact make a difference. We've clearly pulled away from the OBA, I think. But I go back to, I'd like to know what was the demographic that was so frustrated that they didn't participate in this election at all. This is a general election as opposed to a by-election.
I mean, I have to say, especially for FDM in the West, you have to say, because the PLP did get their vote out, that they took away from OBA votes.
Yeah.
And you have to say that that's the demographic, the OBA demographic, that FDM were able to inch out a little bit. In some respects.
A little bit, yeah.
In some of the seats, I think they took away from PLP. But if you do take a closer look and you see who came out, you would see in some seats they did take away from OBA, especially in 7 as well with Cheryl Packwood.
Yeah. But it wasn't significant. It wasn't significant, but
I mean, they had 4 weeks.
Well, yeah.
4 weeks of a totally new party. You can't, like we were saying, you can't build those relationships in 4 weeks.
In 4 weeks, you can.
But what they did is worth a hand clap. What they were able to do was worth a hand clap.
It did make a difference, but not the kind of difference that would have given us more momentum. It just makes the road a little harder to hoe.
But it said that the road's not closed.
Yeah.
And Claudette said it from the start. You know, I believe there will be some social reaction where people will say, I'm not represented here. How do I get involved to, in fact, make a difference? I don't know how that's going to play out either. Yeah.
Right.
But go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, like, in the one seat where there are three candidates, the FDM candidate that got the highest percentage of vote was Mark Bean in 36 with 25%.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So there were a couple others that were above 20%, 33, 27.52%, but that was just Christina's story. There was no OBA candidate running in that constituency.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And in 21, Gavin Smith got 22.4% of the vote, again with no OBA. But there were several candidates that were above the 10% threshold number in 3 more seats. So you had, or 4 more seats, 6 seats.
And so all that indicates that it has made a difference, but not the kind of difference that personally I would have liked to have seen. And there has to be a check. I go back to it. I abhor identity politics. We've got to bring everybody under the huge tent to make this thing work. And otherwise, we're doing the same. You know the old adage: you keep doing the same thing. Well, there's a little white jacket hanging up in the closet for you. We can do better.
But I think what we can add to that, right, is that between 32 and 36, which we constitute as the West, and which we constitute as being of Somerset and Sandys, you know, the progressive group started from there too, right? That formed the PLP.
Yes, yep,
and
yes, it did.
We can see the formation of another party from Somerset. Mm-hmm. And they've, in some places, like Don said, they achieved a quarter of the vote within a short period of time. Mm-hmm. And they obviously have tapped into something. Mm-hmm. And they obviously haven't knocked on enough doors. So will something form out of the West?
Well, if you want to look from 32 to 36 and not count 33 where there wasn't an OBA candidate, the FDM got more votes than the OBA in the 4 other seats there.
Which is my point.
Now, a part of the thing I think, like being the snap election, sort of hampered the FDM to getting fully organized. And I know Marcus said, like, given another week, he could have gotten 36 candidates. But it's beyond that. I know as a journalist trying to communicate with them and get messages and try to conduct interviews and highlight some of the candidates so we can meet them. There were some communication issues. There were some inter-party things that by the next election, I would say hopefully are ironed out, because everyone was new to what they were doing.
Absolutely, yeah.
The FDM machine was being built and put together as it was trying to run.
I mean, you know, you had candidates building stages, you know, for potluck suppers. It was a very small team, but people then began to gather around, you know, and they looked like there was some momentum, but time ran out. Yeah.
And can I say,
David worked that one well.
And can I say this? We've had the most candidates ever in this new 36 system, right? In this single voter system. This is the most candidates that we ever had.
In a general?
There should be applause for that, yes.
Yeah.
You know, I think we were over 90 candidates.
Oh, yeah, yes, that's right, yes.
And I think that should be applauded. But I think the number one thing, and this is what I would say to every party, I mean, PLP, it's very easy. They're all going to be in the caucus. But do not step away from your caucus. Mm-hmm. Within the OBA, you were selected as a candidate. Go and change the party for what you want it to become. Within the FDM, if you want to make that a party, stick with it. You have to sit there. You cannot just be the candidate on that day and say that, oh, I stand back and I don't want to be a part of this anymore because I lost. Get in, do the dirty work. Go there. If you were representing the OBA and you were one of those 31 people, you could be going to caucus. And you should be supporting that because you put your name and you put your picture down on that ballot. And I hope that everybody shows up to caucus within the OBA and don't go home as, I don't want to say losers, but I hope that those individuals that lost tonight between the FDM and the OBA go there and have a serious conversation.
Right. But Justin, I'll say like the perception among some of the public was a lot of the, not, well, I don't know, at least a handful of the candidates for the OBA were pulled out at the last moment to run, like the last week, the last 3 days maybe.
There was people that pulled out in probably the last day, the day before, or the morning of. We don't actually know exactly what happened behind the scenes to lead some people showing up on nomination day.
Yeah, but it seemed like even more than that. It seemed like there were some people who were asked to run who were old party faithful.
Mm-hmm.
Rather,
which is what you should do. I mean, you should have the OBA cleaner. I mean, I'm not trying to be derogatory, but you should have, in order to get 36 seats, you pick whoever. You know, you have to put together those 36 seats. And if you get somebody that is just a party loyalist, that just puts on a good face so that we didn't have that discussion of we only got 31. You could have found 5 more.
Right. Well, I'll ask that. I'll let you out of this, but Claudette, Craig Cannonier several times said like we could have ran 36, but we made sure 31 that we had were good candidates. Would they have been better off with 36?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that there was an opportunity, I suspected, to overcome this particular government at this particular time. I think the correct strategy would have been to really look at their weak spots and focus on those weak spots, and also don't underestimate their strong points, which we've said over and over is to get out the vote capacity. And I think this is certainly a lesson for next time. I don't think this is the election to watch in terms of a change in that respect. I think the next election is the election to watch, but it's all going to depend on what these two parties do with the gift really that they've been given. We may not feel like that today, because there's two sides to this monumental win. There's two sides. You got to stay up there. And my father used to have a saying: "He who is down has no fear of falling." Well, they're way up there. Okay, so and so once you're down, the only way you can go is up. So this is the opportunity right now. The congratulations to the people of Bermuda who have gone out and voted. This is your right. People have fought for this right, and you have spoken clearly. You have given the government of the day the mandate to do your work. Your work as a voter is not finished, and that often happens. It is not finished. You are to hold, although we may not have a viable opposition, we have an entire electorate that can hold each and every one of these candidates accountable to what they want to see. This is not just the PLP government, it's the people's government. And so, electorate, you still have your job to do. There are some tough issues that have to be faced. The economy being one, healthcare being another, seniors, I got to bring it up, and the care of our seniors being another, but the protection of our children and their education. These now, this, if we have no viable opposition, if people have to gather themselves, it is the people of the Bermuda, the voters now, who must take that place and hold this government accountable to its will. And I hope you don't shrink from that tonight, Bermuda, in all of your celebrating. And I would be remiss without congratulating everybody, but certainly the Progressive Labor Party on their win tonight.
Yeah, and you see, we've cut to Court Street and Alaska Hall.
I mean, it's quite the scenes on Court Street. I was talking to a couple of PLP MPs, and given the coronavirus, given that we're supposed to be social distance, this isn't exactly what the PLP planned. They don't have a stage there. They didn't really want this to happen because we're supposed to be social distance. We're not supposed to be gathering in this amount of people. But this is people's natural reaction to a big win by the PLP.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. As a final word, then, you have to give the governing party, the PLP, congratulations for having won this. They worked it. Their machinery is second to none and superb. And so I congratulate them. I also congratulate all of my colleagues who participated and made a difference. And Justin, of course, you as well. There's another party out there which is hanging in the balance, and it's called the economy. I'm seriously concerned about that. And I'm eager to see how David is going to play his new wealth.
Yeah, and I will say this because I will challenge Claudette on one of her points when it became that if they didn't have 36 seats, for OBA supporters to be an OBA member, to be a loyal supporter of the OBA, and not have 31 seats, to me was an embarrassment. That showed people that we weren't serious when people didn't take us to be serious before the election was called. So I will challenge that in the sense of, I believe if we did have 36, I don't think that you would have had people from our party saying, I'm not going to take you serious. And that's what happened. On the doorstep, people were not taking us seriously because Craig Kennedy could not find 36 people. So our base did not come out because they don't take us seriously. And if your own base doesn't take you seriously, how are other people going to take you seriously? And I think tonight the OBA disenfranchised 5 constituencies. I saw people that were walking into 24 that were sad that their right to vote today was taken away from them. And it was taken away from them because the OBA did not run a candidate. And to me, I think it's unconscionable. I honestly think that this democracy, you took people's right to vote away, no matter if you thought that was a PLP seat or not. And that level of thinking, of saying it's a PLP seat, so I don't care, and I don't do that. What about those people that are in there that are OBA supporters?
But Justin, did they have the candidates to field? Where you can't force people to run. Did they have them? You don't have them. You can't run them. Right.
They obviously didn't have them, but we did have an opposition leader who said that he could have done it. And it goes back to the point on the doorstep that he tells little white lies. And that was a little white lie.
It looks like there's some applause going on just outside the door of Alaska Hall. It may mean that, well, I thought maybe David was coming out to the but some souvenirs for the night.
Yes.
Justin, you seem very passionate on this point.
I am very. I guess it could come across that, but I mean, I won't have a good sleep at night tonight. I knew that when I resigned in 2018, this was a possibility, and I will tell you 100%. I cried my eyes out when I signed that resignation letter because I knew that this was a possibility, and I feel very sad for my party. I feel very sad for the country that they are not getting a stronger opposition because even knocking on PLP doors, they wanted a stronger opposition. They wanted a more vocal opposition. They wanted to make sure that even though they wanted a PLP government, and they clearly have the mandate, they don't want them to just go ahead and rubber stamp every single legislation for the next 5 years. They want some challenges there. And it's disappointing that the OBA is not going to have that. They will have the 3 seats within Senate, and there will be 3 independents, and that mechanism will be there, but that only holds off legislation for 1 year. Like the corporation bill, that was defeated within the Senate. But now there's no opposition. It's been a year. That bill is going to pass, and they will take over the corporations.
With a check. They must come with a check. I'll put my other hat on. They must come with a check.
But that's the type of level that we're having. I remember my time in Senate, and because we were rubber stamping legislation, there were so many errors in the legislation.
Yes.
Because it was skipping parliamentary procedure, we weren't waiting the 2 weeks, and it was being rammed down our throat. Even though, because of economic substance and the EU requirements, we were doing that because we were losing time. It was a battle against time. That level of not being able to look at legislation, that level of not being able to ask questions about policies, that level within the committees of the legislator to not sit there and criticize the government's legislation is going to be lost. And there could be slip-ups in those legislations, like we've seen before, that they have to go back and make amendments to bills that they've proposed because they've messed up.
And we're going to make one catastrophic mistake if we keep going in that path. That's why there has to be an opposition. That's why I don't like this kind of majority.
Exactly, because
there have been too many of those kinds of mistakes. It's happened in Europe when we have been, in fact, over there negotiating, and it's happened. What saved the corporation of Hamilton was simply bad drafting, factually, right? That's what saved the corporation of Hamilton. We went all the way to the Privy Council for the Privy Council to tell us that the drafts person didn't get it right. Thank God.
But that's my point, because those draft people are up 24/7. Because the government is coming up with legislation, left, right, center, and they cannot keep up.
That's what frightens me about this kind of majority. There are people are decent people, but it happens in any society. When you have this kind of absolute control, you will do what you want and you will make mistakes. The country could be, and look,
the biggest legislation that I saw was the dividends. When it came to small businesses and dividends, the PLP whip within the parliament was the strongest I've ever seen. You had the backbench silenced. Silenced. Because their supporters were like, I'm a small business, I take dividends. This was my only, this is how I survive. This tax-free dividend is how I live month to month. And now you're taxing me on something that I don't have. And that is the level of legislation that we're going to get. I don't know if we're going to get a backbench that's going to be like another opposition party. But I'm hoping that things don't go as fast as they were in the last 3 years when it comes to drafting and legislation.
We can see, like from Alaska Hall, they're passing out souvenir platforms. Look like some T-shirts there as well. So, right, people are going to have those as keepsakes for years to come.
And imagine the new charts. It's going to be landslide 30 and 6. So we'll see those come out next week or tomorrow, or how fast they could print those.
Right. Part of the thing is, in talking with the PLP, especially like Jason Wade on Wednesday, he was talking about the new school reform that's going to be happening, and basically, like, some schools are going to be closed under the new reform as they get transformed to just primary schools and secondary schools, with the middle school merging with the high school. And there are going to be some unhappy people. They said with consultation, but there's going to be some unhappy people when their neighborhood school closes.
There's going to be some unhappy teachers with the proposed school reform too. That's and that's to Claudette's point. There are some unhappy teachers at the moment. We'll have to see how they get those reforms through.
But we need to focus on the students as well, right? There's going to be, if we're not careful, there's going to be students that are lost in this, right?
Look, every time this kind of reform takes place, that's exactly what happens.
So what are we going to do? What extra level of support are we going to give the teachers that are in place now? And does the budget even allow for that?
And that's why the private schools succeed. Frankly,
Yep.
that's why private schools succeed, and that doesn't mean that they're better. People just feel a lot more comfortable to go into private school to get some of the basic minimums, even though private schools ought to, in my view, should be gotten rid of altogether if we got education right, period.
Right.
And it should be free as well.
Well, I know
But
Mason was talking about it just doesn't make sense, and he was pointing back to the census and the number of students we had in school 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and there's a lot less there, and there's capital savings to be had by closing some schools. In addition, I mean,
maintaining some schools would help their budget, quite frankly.
well, we saw
Some
what
of the schools
happened with. Yeah, we saw what happened with T and Tatum, right? So the students were able to be accommodated in the other
San Secondary and where else? Yeah, San Secondary and elsewhere. Well, mostly at San Secondary.
And that was the big thing within Constituency 24 of Tariq Smith and Lawrence Scott was that, a lot of those children went to T and Tatum, and T and Tatum, the building, is in operational use. Yes. There's a gym, there's a bakery. So I mean, we're putting those students into Delwood and to Sands that are saying that they can't cope. There's too many students, and we have a building that's actually being occupied. So, we have to talk about what extra resources are being given to these schools and these teachers to make sure that these children don't fall in the cracks. Because the class sizes are obviously too big because of the inundation of T and Tatum students to Sands and to Delwood.
Yeah, closing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But we know, like when the PLP looked at this 10 years ago, when L. James was Minister of Education.
Minister.
Yep. They were looking at schools, Heron Bay, and I think Dalton B. Tucker is closing one of those two. They were looking at down at the East End, possibly closing St. David's or East End Primary, just because of the low numbers down there. And I think there was a figure shown at one point, so this is more than 6 years ago, where it was costing $20,000 to send a student to St. David's, which at that time was just slightly less than what it would cost to send a student to Saltus.
Yeah, and I think it is commendable, and I think it should happen where we consolidate primary schools and middle schools together. I think it's smart when it comes to allocating resources and efficiency. I definitely think it is smart to do that. But at the same time, when you do make these closures, you have to make sure that the supports that you're overflowing, because schools like Delwood and Sands are only built to hold the people that they have. There's not been any renovations to expand Delwood or Sands.
Yeah.
So that's the issue. Nobody has a problem. I mean, when
frankly,
it was talking about it, a lot of people had problems. They wanted to protest, which they did.
And frankly, there's no budget to renovate the schools either.
Well, here again, gentlemen, after we do all of this pontificating, it's now is the question of whether or not the opposition, the remnants of the opposition that remains, will be enough to take on these substantive issues, and they probably won't be. And so it is a question of whether the FDM, it looks like, and analysis is yet to reveal, whether or not they took away votes from the opposition rather than from the ruling party. If that is the question for the FDM and the OBA is whether they have any commonalities that they could come together as a combined opposition to take on some of these critical issues. Also, civil society will have to be involved in whatever form it takes. Advocacy groups, nonprofit organizations, labor unions, as an example. There will have to be other ways because the government clearly has, again, the mandate and certainly from a legislative point of view, has the upper hand. Now, this and Justin, I heard your passion. I've not been on the inside. I've never run as a candidate, but I can imagine the frustration when you have been passionate about something, perhaps not being taken seriously, and then lo and behold, you didn't want the worst to come true, but it has come true. I'm sure, and I can tell from what you're saying that isn't a great experience. And how do you face everyone tomorrow and move on? But I want to let you know, in looking at the history of the Progressive Labor Party, and I'm just looking at their site now, in 1985 to 1996, says a general election was called on October the 29th, 1985, and a weekend yet determined PLP contests 30 of the 40 seats. And the disaffection of the party members and supporters is evident in the result when the party retained only 7 seats and 30% of the votes cast. So this is a part of history. This is what happens in the whole, the progression of politics and society. There are pendulums, and the pendulums sometimes swing way over to the right, and then they swing way over to the left, and sometimes they center somewhere among the middle. This will be a part of politics for now and forever. So the question is what side of the pendulum are we on, and how do we make sure that it swings into the direction that either of these two parties that remain does that? So I still, and I'm not discarding, your feelings about this, but I think that in fielding those candidates, and they've been proven true. The leaders of both of those parties saw that the writing on the wall to a certain extent, and was looking to conserve um, the candidates so that they could direct them in the best way possible. Now, whether that strategy worked remains to be seen, or is being seen that it didn't work. But I don't think the real story is there. I think the real story is that this pendulum will swing again. And this is again an opportunity. We should not be hearing that this is the last of the FDM. We should not be hearing that Cannonier disappears necessarily. If his passion lies there and if he's serious about it, nothing could be farther from the truth. I remember when David Birch lost, he went right out and he canvassed and he reaped the rewards of that. So I hope that in all of this, that we can see for the integrity of the people who are left, that there is a commitment that is larger than one election, and that people will stick and stay for the people of this country.
Right. That's Mr. Adams there getting congratulations and hugs. He took Gene Atherton's former seat, um, uh, obviously in a jubilant mood. And I agree with Claudette, because we saw like the PLP went down to 7, and they were in the wilderness a little bit, but by 1998 they had
PLP win.
yeah.
And
So
I think the most important thing, and any OBA supporter out there, all hope is not lost. And that goes to your point, Don, and it goes to your point too, Claudette, right? Sometimes these biggest falls, sometimes out of those biggest falls can come the biggest wins.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
the OBA
in politics, in politics, certainly. I go back to it. I mean, Craig's comments were sobering this evening. Politics will barely exist if we don't get this economy right. You won't even be able to pay MPs, or those 6-figure salaries that Craig was talking about, and the gulf would have widened between them and the blue collar and the blue collar worker. We are in a dire economic strait if we do not get the economy working right. We've been hit by a double whammy, which is the COVID. We're going to have to borrow on that, or the Minister of Finance is probably going to borrow on that. But our debt is killing us. And what happens if the worst comes to worst? What will happen to the politicians? People won't be worrying about whether or not they're a part of a party. They'll be barely trying to survive in the country. The elephant in the room is the economy. It's major. It's frightening.
It is, and on the doorstep, people wanted both parties to work together to come up
Yes.
with a solution for this post-COVID world, right?
Yeah.
And I will reiterate it. I said it when Curtis Dickinson won his seat,
Yeah.
and I'm sure he will become finance minister again.
Of course, yeah.
The country, the business leaders of this country have great confidence in him.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Like Claudette said, those people that are outside of the political spectrum, those interest groups, those business leaders, they will come together to support this government.
Let's not give him an impossible task, though, because the ratings of the dollar is vitally important. But we're giving him an impossible task.
But I will challenge on the finance side, right? When it comes to the ratings, every single country in the world is going through the same thing.
That's the only reason why we were able to borrow. I understand that.
But that's the only reason why we've all kept our ratings the same.
That's right.
Because the outlook for the global economy is the same for everybody.
Yeah.
And what we really need to focus here, if we're going to start talking about finance, we don't have Craig Simmons, but I'll have to do with my accounting major and working towards my CPA designation. But we do have low interest rates when it comes to in the U.S. And what Curtis Dickinson is trying to do is to reconsolidate the debt so that the interest rate and payments for the future are lower. And I think he is going to do that job to consolidate that debt.
Justin, tell that to the average homeowner who has a mortgage. Their interest rates have not decreased. They are being tabulated at the rates which they sign. We may be able to get low interest rates on our borrowing, but it is those poor people that are still paying mortgages with those rates that they signed off on.
So that comes into the PLP's platform. Their mandate is that they're going to have a national bank, and they are going to hand out lower interest rate loans. And they have to deliver now. It's up to the PLP now to deliver on the mandate.
Who's going to buy up all of those mortgages? Who's going to buy up all of those mortgages that the traditional banks have?
Right. Well, part of the thing too is like if you don't have a job, you're not going to be going.
How are you going to pay?
Mortgage.
Yeah. How are you going to pay?
One of the things, Larry, that I was trying to understand about the FDM platform is knowing, the little that I do know about Mark Cousin. I know a little bit about him and speaking to him. It's this trying to balance this idea that the market, let the market have its way. I believe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Let the market
He
have
said
its
that.
way. It will adjust, and the market will do its thing. But then how do you balance that against the plight of the vulnerable, those who are in need of a safety net? Where is the balance in that type of a matter?
The balance is in a strong labor movement, a trade union movement. I intellectually, there's a wonderful movie by David Simon at the Festival of Dangerous Ideas.
Oh, we just lost Larry. He's back.
And in fact, you've got to give the free play of the market, just like you have to give the free play to the trade union movement. And that interplay is what balances it. The trade union movement must never be eliminated from the equation, because they will, when the market takes advantage and gets greedy, then the trade union movement must come in and stop it. And so sometimes the trade union movement wins, and sometimes capital wins. But you've got to have that interplay, and so the BIU and the Trade Union Congress will have to play a vital role in helping to keep that balance. That cannot be done by politicians. That's why we have trade unions, and that's why I have so much regard for trade unions. But that's how the interplay goes. And at the moment, I think that's likely to happen more sooner rather than later.
So do you
Because
think it's going to happen even under this government?
well, that is the great test, that they don't get that wrong, because there's such a nexus between the two that uh, it's not my son syndrome. He's a good boy, yeah, as opposed to being wholly autonomous. The trade union movement has to take a very firm line. If a government, whatever government it is, allows the market to in fact play its role unabated and unquestioned, but the market has to play a part in society.
Yeah.
Has
And
to.
where then does so Premier Burt, and
Mhm.
you can't help but think that he won. You look at these pictures, for example. These are for the most part everyday people.
Yes.
When Premier Burt made the decision to put the money, in fact, I
Mhm.
just came from dinner tonight,
Mhm.
and I'm at a hotel right now, and the gentleman said to me, "Thank goodness I got that paycheck. I've just come back to work this week.
Yes.
Thank goodness." Now, if we are looking, and Justin, you weigh in as well, if we are looking at that, the market, and us supporting the market, how
Mhm.
does that play out in terms of policy? Because I would imagine that under a OBA government, we could have very well seen austerity. And that money that was given to the hand in the pocket, put in the pocket of the everyday person, being put in the pocket of the business owner instead. How would the FDM have done that differently, and still, being able to connect to the needs of the grassroots that really, really need that? Because we cannot underestimate the fact that this voter turnout may be a response to the fact that although big picture we have this debt issue that we have to concern about, the everyday man who has to put groceries on the table got a $500 check for some months and was able to do that. So what do you two say about the differences in those approaches and what it might mean to the electorate,
My,
in terms
my, my, my theory is that the government is playing as though they were the marketplace. They are looking to partner with PPPs to, in fact, create jobs, and in order to do so, they enter into relationships where they become guarantors oftentimes. And in order to pay back that guarantee, should it go bad, or if they're in a partnership, they're going to, just like the hospital or the airport, they're going to have to pay money back. The market, in my view, should be allowed to take those risks, not the government. And then government can take a successful business and tax them for revenue. But at some point in time, all of the chips are going to be called in for all of these deals that government is getting into, and the taxpayer will not be able to absorb it.
Yeah, and I think it's
we've got to get the market back into the game.
And I think what you're talking about too, right, with the FDM is the ideological difference.
Yes.
In a limited role of government.
Yeah.
And I have to be honest. I would like a limited role of government. I would like businesses to thrive. Mm-hmm. But in this case, the country can't afford just austerity. The country is going to need investments, and investments, to be honest, in any way we can get it. Because we have to stimulate. I mean, we do have a false economy because we are an island.
Yeah. But let the businessman take the risk, and let him take the risk. And if he succeeds, he makes a profit. I can tax him. If he fails, it doesn't fall on the taxpayer.
But I mean, that's the ideological difference, and that's what we hope. In the vision of the country, we hope that happens. But right now, we have a serious situation.
Yeah, we got to
get people back to work, and the ideological difference in role of government and limited government in these matters in these trying times is not up for debate. We have to get investment into this country. We have
I agree, but who gets the investment?
Does government, in fact, partner to get the investment, or does the private sector partner to
But
get the investment?
is somebody that's going to get their lights turned off? Do they care whether it's a private person or a government, or do they care that they
I
have a
think they
job?
should, because we're now carrying both a hospital and an airport, which those people who want to get their lights turned back on are going to have to pay for, or their children.
Right.
And I think we've got to stop that that trend.
Right. I just want to say, do you think there's a possible trouble in the water coming next year and the year after? You know, if we take the premier at his word that the economy is not going to be better till 2023, and you have the civil servants taking a pension holiday this year and a social insurance holiday next year, you're going to have to renegotiate that in the early part of 2021 and 2022.
I mean, we have to be smart about the long term, right?
Right.
And that's where we agree.
Yes.
Me and Larry, we agree on the long term. You want the limited role, you want a free market, you want private businesses to be the ones that are making the decisions and they being taxed accordingly.
Yes.
But this is all about short term because we do not know what tomorrow is going to bring. And, you know, we do have a finance minister who is thinking about long term, reconsolidating just like a mortgage, refinancing our debt to make our interest payments lower in the long term. But in the short term, the government's going to have to make decisions that are gambles.
Right. But I mean, Claudette knows a little bit more about this. You know, you're looking at 2023. I think it was 2024, or was it 2026, where they project that 25% of our population is going to be seniors with pensions. And if you're telling people for 3 years that they're not putting into the pension program or to the social insurance program, that's going to have a major effect, because now you've 1 out of every 4 people are taking from the government rather than putting in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Claudette?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, but you know what? And I say normally I would say to people, don't take the pension holiday early under
dire circumstances.
but Larry, the circumstances got dire.
Yes, they are dire. Yes,
they got dire.
That's all they've got.
And thank goodness some people had that. And I would never have thought I would say this, but thank goodness some people had that money to take. Otherwise, they would have to go to the government at the end of the day to get the financial assistance, which is you and I, and that would be an even greater tax burden. So you know, these are not easy decisions that have to be made, and I get it. I get it.
And we haven't mentioned immigration, which is what the bugbear of the Progressive Labor Party. They really got caught up in that. We cannot supply all of the work or employment on the island from indigenous Bermudians, but we've got the majority of people who are working here, who are migrant workers, are competing with the indigenous Bermudian.
Correct.
And we've not invited back in those big players who have money.
Yeah. Well, we also
that
missing
is
the
nonsense.
We're missing the opportunity to we need to move swiftly in getting those who have resided here for long periods of time their status, particularly if they're bringing in income. I think I saw a statistic the other day that 40 something PRCs left the island. And you know, if we've got talent that are already here, they're already a part and fabric, we do have to rethink that as well. So we don't want to be losing people. But
this result makes it a lot easier for immigration to be passed now.
I'm sorry, say that again, John.
This majority, this level of vote, is going to make it easier for the appetite of PLP to pass it.
Right, and I think the thinking has come around. We've seen a change in a shift in the thinking, a reality that we do need more workers. If Jason Hayward is to return to the position that he had, he may be a very good leader to take on this what could be a controversial issue, and gently massage the fact that we have to bring in more workers and it be more palatable. I think the reason why, well, I know the reason why it didn't work so well with the OBA, because the trust level, back to your
Yeah.
comment on about relationships, the trust level wasn't there. But with the trust, I think the people of Bermuda can be guided through what is necessary, and it's being done in almost every developed country in the world. Once we get to a certain point where we get a certain level of affluence, our women are educated to the degrees that they are. They delay their children, their child birth. And some, in many cases, we have more. The fastest growing household in Bermuda is now the single dwelling
Well,
household
yes, so yes.
of all ages, the single. So there, less and less babies are being born.
Yeah.
So the reality is that we have to move this way. But I want to caution the public as well that this may not be the silver bullet that we think it's going to be, because everybody in the world is looking for this talent who's going to make this money. They're looking for these producers. Everyone is vying for this type of producer in their economy, and we
Their
have
economy,
to step
yeah.
up. I
Yeah.
I listen sometimes, and I may get some criticisms. People say, "Oh, that person made $400,000, or that person made 600." Well, that's one thing when you're trying to locally find someone, and it's your brother or your uncle. But when you're out there in the global market looking for global talent, you gotta
Yes.
you gotta pay those global salaries, right? So
That's right. Yes, you do.
this is,
Yeah.
we're in the big world now, and so
Absolutely.
this is what comes with it, and so
The mindset needs to change.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, and
Without doubt, yeah.
we've got to behave as if we are global players as well in
Players.
order
Yeah.
Right.
to attract that. So I
Right.
think that
That's
with this majority and with the right leaders to take us down this road, there is an opportunity for the populace to be educated on why it's necessary, and for the trust to be built for something better to happen.
And we've got to stop doing those stupid little deals that $800,000 was involved in. I mean, we can't do that. That's madness.
And let's not go down that road because we might be here till 3 o'clock.
I know it's
Yeah,
madness.
and it's midnight. So
Lord have mercy. Yeah.
first of all, I just really, as a heartfelt sincerity to all three of you for sticking with us. Your insights have been just brilliant, and I like the interplay that all three of you have had this evening.
Thank you for having us, Don.
Thank you.
But I want to give each one of you a final say of your analysis on the night. We'll start with Larry.
Well, listen, one has to be gracious. The Progressive Labour Party has won a further strong majority. The voting public of Bermuda has, in fact, done that. That's what Bermuda has done. But we have got to be serious, as Justin was saying, and Claudette was saying. We've got to get real about the world in which we live and make the kind of right decisions for the future. We've got some very talented people in this country. Craig Simmons is one of them. I give a lot of respect to Chris Ferbert at the BIU. All of these people are people that have clay feet. Curtis Dickinson is another. I wish I had the likes of Arlene Brock back here helping to make decisions. They're incisive memories or incisive minds to help us to tackle the big decision easily. But we've got to get serious about it and make the right decisions. I'm just simply so fearful about the economy. Craig has set it out as as an economist would. He puts no emotion on it. I put the emotion on it. We are in a bad state economically. We've got to get that right. We need the best and the brightest at it, as opposed to necessarily an ideological direction. The economy's got to get right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Claudette knows what her seniors are facing. Yeah. It's not about the FDM. It's not about the PLP winning a majority. It is really about, let's focus on the issue, and that's why the Big Ten. We've got a significant part of this country who is not in the decision-making process.
Yeah.
They're excluded from it.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so Don, my final words tonight. I know that Larry he put it right, and I'm sure Claudette after me is going to put it in the most diplomatic way as possible. So I will be the partisan here, and I will say to those individuals, the 32% of you that came out and voted OBA, the 5 constituencies that weren't allowed to vote OBA, there is still hope, and I mean what I say when it comes to the 31 people that were selected for the OBA to stay in the room. And I also call on those people that are supporting the OBA to come back into the room and make the change and be the change that you want to see within the party. It is 100% up to society now, given the realities of the opposition, just like how Claudette explained. You know, those outside parties, those focus groups, those individuals that push the government day to day, the unions, everybody like that will have to play their part from the cumulative opposition. Not that they're on the same side, not that they agree, but to make sure that the government is held accountable. And that's the most important thing about a democracy. I talk about opposition being the cornerstone of the democracy, but in the absence of a strong opposition, like Claudette said, it's society and those groups that are allowed to have the voice and are allowed to have the resources. And I'm calling on the community as at large to get on those boards, support those charities or groups that are going to sit there and make sure that the government is held accountable, and make sure that you sit on boards, make sure that you are active in the community, because it's not going to just take the PLP or the OBA within the legislature to advance this country. It is going to take all 60,000 of us to get out of this unprecedented time that we live in. And I hope that today and tomorrow that we heal as a nation. I mean, we have an overwhelming mandate, but I hope that we get on with the business, and I hope that we all come together to make sure that our country is as prosperous as possible, and we make it through this not as individuals, not as wealthy people, not as poor people, not as middle class people, but as one people that are devoted to make sure that our country remains the way that it is, and that we have a future, and we will always have a future. So I don't want anyone to, jump ship. I don't want anyone to say, this is my final bow. We need all hands on deck. And if you are serious and you love this country, you need to get involved and help us get out of this unprecedented time.
Thank you, Jessica. I know tonight was probably a bit tough as an OBA supporter, but you were very frank with us, and you don't often see that. You didn't sugarcoat anything, so thank you very much. Claudette, you'll get the last word.
I can't follow that, Justin. You did it so eloquently. I'm not even going to try. I just want to thank you, Don, for
Yes,
having
Don.
us
Yeah.
on and Burn News for the job that you're doing in making sure that the many voices that are out there are heard. I think you've done a superb job tonight. My phone has been blowing up. People are
Yes.
tuning in, they're watching, they're listening, and they're telling me what a thorough presentation has been done tonight. So I congratulate you. And I will just echo Larry and Justin, and also to Larry and Justin, who I feel esteemed to be among this evening. And I just want to echo what they said. They said, I don't see, and I know it sounds cliches, but I really don't see losers here. I think it's all a matter of our interpretation. Some of us will go away, well, all of us will go away with more work to do tomorrow. So whether we're going home to mourn or we're going home to celebrate, the one thing that will hold true for us all, even the voter, we have work to do tomorrow.
Good do. Yeah.
Here, here.
Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues. I enjoyed this.
I would be remiss without saying a couple thank yous as well to David Foley, who is bringing us footage from Alaska Hall, and David, along with James Simmons, was out shooting photos for for us this afternoon. But the biggest shout out I want to give to is the owner of Burn News, Patricia Burchell, who's been doing more than a yeoman's job behind the scenes and made all of this possible. You know, from the website, the Bermuda election website. If you go to Burn News page, it's up on the top. You can click on it, and there's tons of information for there. So, Patricia, thank you as well, and thank you to our panelists, and thank you to Bermuda. I just want to echo their sentiments that we're all working together in the same boat to get out of this economy that the pandemic has created. So,
and say hi to Zakia, who brought a very important message about how the Big Tent works.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Zakia and Craig, who was on, Simmons, who was on earlier, and Peter Sanderson, who was on earlier as well. So, on behalf of Burn News, I just want to say thank you and have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, guys.